What's up? What's up? This is why I don't wear black hats to work, man, because they just get dirty. You're right, we are not forgetting the files. Nobody's gonna forget the files. That's a fact. That is a fact. Alright. Share screen. Share. Skip. Start this from the beginning.
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls our...
And promoter during the last...
Alright. StreamYard. Change this. So layout. What up? How's everybody doing? Volume good? Give me a thumbs up. Let me know. Volume's alright. Too loud, too low. Anybody? Earth 2. Anybody watching? So it doesn't seem like things are quieting down in Iran at all. Seems like things are picking up. Doesn't look like this is gonna be over in 48 hours, huh, guys? Probably not. Alright, so let's jump in. This interview Tucker posted last night, Bret Weinstein. I didn't really get that far into the interview, but I do enjoy Bret and his brother. I like their takes on things. I think they're generally pretty honest people. So let's jump into it.
Campaign of Donald Trump. And unlike a lot of people you see in the political sphere evolve, Bret Weinstein kept the rest of us apprised of his evolution as was in progress. He didn't pretend, I've always thought this. He told us that he had changed his mind and why. So on the deepest level, he is an honest man, honest about the things he sees around him, what he thinks are behind those things, and honest, most important, and most telling of all, about himself. So it's important to get an honest analysis of what's happening now because the dishonesty is so overwhelming, it's hard to separate it from the true. So if you're following this, attempting to follow it in this incredibly censored moment we're living in online, you're seeing all kinds of things that seem true that aren't. You're seeing true things suppressed, the most basic things. How many people have been killed on all sides? How many have been injured? You keep reading that Israeli cabinet minister Ben-Gvir died again and again. He's dead. Well, he was in Jerusalem a couple hours ago issuing decrees, so not dead. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Basic facts like what's the physical damage to all of these countries sucked into this conflict.
Yeah, the media blackout coming out of Israel right now is really skewing the information space. People that are pretty reliable with pulling information are having trouble because of the media blackout coming out of Israel, and we all know why that's happening. They don't want the world to see how successful Iran's attacks are, and from all the information that's out there, they are doing a good amount of damage to Tel Aviv, Haifa. There's reports that unverified that they attacked Israel's nuclear facility. I don't know if there's any validity to that. If it's true, that is a major escalation. We'll jump into all the war coverage after the Tucker interview.
You can't find because that information has been censored by those countries in which it took place, and by American social media companies. So it's really hard to know what's true. Everybody involved in this conflict has a strong incentive to lie and to spin. But at some point, all of that lying becomes irrelevant. Rhetoric itself, propaganda itself, becomes irrelevant in the face of war, because war changes physical things. Not just words and minds, but physical realities like borders and populations of countries and control over resources. Those decisions are settled by armed conflict a lot of the time. They certainly will be in the case of this war. And so in the end, it kind of doesn't matter what you say. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose, and the world's going to be very different, and the rest of us can assess those differences unencumbered or impeded by your lying, by your propaganda. And that may be why, actually, for a war, there's been relatively little propaganda around this. The current administration hasn't even really tried to explain why we're doing this. Not very hard, anyway. And in some ways, we should be grateful for that. It's a sign of respect not to lie to people too aggressively. The President of the United States today said on camera, we're thinking about using nukes against Iran. He said we could eliminate Iran, make it uninhabitable forever in an hour. We have weapons that can do that. Well, those are nuclear weapons. The President of the United States is saying out loud, if this gets more intense, we could nuke them. Now, you can support that or disagree with that, however you feel about that. You know, it's not often that people are that blunt about what could happen. And again, there's been very little attempt to convince you that we did this in America's national interest. The Secretary of State just came out and said.
And I don't know if anybody's been following the reporting. I know something happened in Texas today. There were a couple things that happened today. An attack on a synagogue, I think. Something else happened. As you could expect, talked about it. I've been talking about it for days, man. The lone wolf attacks are gonna start ticking up. The American base does not support this war at all. Now there's reports that California and the West Coast could be targeted from drones being launched off a cargo ship. Very, very, very real possibility. Whether or not it's Iran doing it, that's another question, and another rabbit hole to go down. But the devastation it would cause is definitely real. Makes you think about the all the drones that were reported in New Jersey. That's where I'm at. Over the winter months, videos of drones coming out of the water. No explanation as to what that was. When you think about that in context with a possible drone attack coming from cargo ships, well, kind of adds up, doesn't it? The only way they're going to drum up enough U.S. support for this war is if enough American lives are taken on American soil. And don't forget that when it happens, because it's going to happen. And chances are it's not going to be Iran. For Iran to attack the United States on U.S. soil, I know, I mean, it's pretty obvious what would happen at that point. Troop deployments. You got Bibi threatening to use nukes, Trump threatening to use nukes. So something's gonna happen here at home, because Trump's approval rating is in the basement. Support for this war is in the basement, and that's the only chance they have of turning this around in the polls. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't have any proof that it's going to happen. But if we follow history and things that have happened in the past, 9/11, we know where these things lead. At least people that are paying attention and aren't brainwashed by the propaganda. So, all right, let's go back into this Tucker's monologue here.
We did it because Israel forced our hand. So they've been pretty direct, actually, about what is going on here and what the stakes potentially are. President of the United States threatening nuclear weapons. Okay. Well, lots on the table. The propagandists for the war, the people who really more than anyone else in this country pushed us to where we are now, are weirdly, unaccountably, even angrier than ever. You got what you wanted, but you're madder than ever. That's been true since the very first hours. The second the first barrage was unleashed against Iran, and then the counterattacks from Iran against the Gulf and American interests there, these people have been enraged. Very interesting. A licensed psychiatrist should study that someday. Why are they so mad since they got what they wanted? But the nature of their propaganda hasn't really changed. There's been no effort to convince you as an American citizen or a citizen of any country that it's good for you. Only that we must do this, and if you're opposed to it in any way, you are a bad person. Not incorrect, not wrong in your calculations, not dumb.
Pouring more into social and search, Dave just realized that it brings less with every dollar spent. Other advertisers just like him are using Realize
to
but evil. And you kind of got to wonder what this is, other than an obvious attempt to divide American society into neocons and non-neocons. Why would you want to do that? Neocons are a tiny percentage of the American population, but clearly they're trying. But it's interesting to watch it. We haven't played a lot of this, don't plan to. But there's one clip from Ben Shapiro, recent clip, that kind of sums up the arguments in favor of this war. Here's Ben Shapiro.
Sadly, younger Republicans have become similarly prone to conspiratorial thinking. According to Manhattan Institute, 54% of young Republicans, men under 50, believe the Holocaust didn't happen as historians describe. 53% of Republicans under 50 believe in 9/11 conspiracy theories. 51% believe the moon landing was faked.
Do you notice how all the conspiracy theories were right about Epstein, about 9/11, the Bay of Pigs? We can go on and on through history of conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. The pandemic, and these guys want to attack conspiracy theorists because it's guys like Ben Shapiro who are in our crosshairs right now. So it's only convenient, or it's only advantageous for them to attack us now when we're looking at them. And just remember that Ben Shapiro was a never Trumper, and he backed Ron DeSantis in the primaries. So he doesn't like Trump. He is just on board with his agenda. So, this dude's a snake.
These people, too, have bought into a grievance-based distrust of the system. And it's showing in their embrace of psychotic figures and disconnected politics. America is a force for good in the world. Radical Islamists are evil. American allies who demonstrate strength are an asset for us. Terrorists are bad. Members of the grievance party are losing their mind over this, and now they've been relegated to basically rooting for Iran to win. So members of the grievance party, meaning Democrats and members of that horseshoe right, have decided that after paying lip service to the horrors of the mullahs, the true horror is American interventionism and destruction. America must be undermined.
So if you have questions about this war, whether it's in your interest, your country's interests or not, and it's never a question that's occurred to Ben Shapiro, is this good for America? That's really not under consideration. But if it's under your consideration, if you've raised that question, you are tantamount to a Holocaust denier. You're insane. You're a crazy person. You probably think the moon landing was fake and 9/11 was fake. By the way, there's a pretty easy way to settle any debate about 9/11, which is by declassifying the millions of pages of classified documents.
Or how about the millions of Epstein documents from 1999 to 2002 that have been conveniently left out of the Epstein files? I wonder why. There's a giant 3.5 year gap of Epstein files that the government's released surrounding that date. But it's a conspiracy theory, right? What does Ian Wentz say? He's like, what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Well, all those files are missing. And they're obviously missing for a reason.
That might explain what 9/11 was, but that's never under consideration. We could end this debate right now. We won't, of course. But you're a bad person. And above all, you are a disloyal person, disloyal to the United States. You are, quote, rooting for Iran to win. You're part of the grievance party. How dare you complain? How dare you have grievances? It's pretty weak. Coming for a guy who literally knows nothing about the rest of the world at all. So, you know, you can get annoyed by it at some point, especially if Iran wins. People like that will double their calls to arrest anyone on the other side. They're already calling for it. These people should be investigated. Anyone who's against this should be investigated on a ferret charge. They should go to jail. Their ideological opponents should go to jail. Who's the totalitarian here? And you'll hear a lot more of that. But you will not see people pay a ton of attention to yelping, childish yelping like that, totally uninformed screaming like that ever again. Because again, this conflict has entered what the military refers to euphemistically as the kinetic stage. People are actually firing munitions at each other. So it kind of doesn't matter what people on the sidelines say at this point. This is a hot war, and it will be decided by force. One of the reasons you don't want to get into a hot war. In other words, we've exited the part of the exchange where it's two guys in the parking lot. What'd you say? I'll mess you up. And we've gotten to the part where one guy just punches the other guy in the face and keeps going unless he's stopped. So that's exactly where we are. So it doesn't kind of matter what you said before the punching started. Not that Ben Shapiro has any experience of that, but...
To be honest, sometimes I actually have no idea what's going on until I open Monday.com. And boom.
Tiny horse.
It's just true that once people start hurting each other, words matter less, and the dominant party will emerge victorious. That's exactly where we are. So who is going to win this? And what does it mean to win? Well, the most obvious and often repeated observation about this conflict is totally true. Iran's threshold for victory is very low. It just needs to survive. The regime has to remain intact. Now, in order to change the regime, everyone pretty much agrees you would need ground forces. You'd need troops, boots on the ground, American boots on the ground, in order to do that. And there is zero appetite for that in this administration, much less in the country. Israel would like us to commit ground troops, obviously, but it would take a lot to get us to do that. It would take some sort of terror attack in the United States, probably like 9/11, in order for us to do that. But that hasn't happened yet.
How about that?
We pray it never happens. So at this point, we're not going to commit ground troops, which does sort of put the whole exercise in perspective. If Iran's burgeoning nuclear program was really a threat to our core national security interests, then of course we would commit ground troops, because any threat to our core national security interests merits committing ground troops. But this one didn't. And the people who decided this were told, or believed somehow, that we could effect regime change from the air, because Iran was in a pre-revolutionary stage, and all we needed to do was like topple the head figure, like dominoes cascading. That would set off a chain reaction that installed a pro-Western government in Tehran. That was the argument. These arguments always seem ludicrous.
Bullshit.
In retrospect. You always laugh at them. Really? Did you really think that? Well, apparently we really did. But almost 2 weeks in, that has not happened. By the way, that would be a great outcome, because it would end the war immediately. Set like a pro-American government in Tehran. Like, why is that so hard? Well, it is hard. And the U.S. has never really been able to do it, despite trying a lot with these so-called regime change wars. So if we don't succeed in doing that, if in the end the United States decides, well, we can't do this, what happens then? That is the question. In other words, what does an Iranian victory look like? An Iranian victory does not look like Iranian forces, invading the Gulf and controlling Dubai or something, or setting up a new satellite capital in Jerusalem. That's not going to happen, probably. Hope doesn't. What an Iranian victory looks like is really simple. It's control of the Straits of Hormuz. It's exactly what it looks like, which, if you hadn't looked at a map recently, is only about 20 miles wide, and it's the choke point through which 20% of the world's energy flows, 20% of oil and liquefied natural gas, on which many countries, including American allies, are totally dependent. Europe, South Korea, Japan, not to mention India, and China. They need it. They need energy. As conservatives are often fond of pointing out, energy creates civilization. Without it, things ground to a halt. That's just true, and renewables cannot take up the slack. Sorry. So if that strait, that choke point, and again, if you haven't looked at it on a map, it's on the eastern end of the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, whatever you want to call it, that body of water through which energy flows by ship. Whoever controls that has a lot of power. Now, as of today, or as of 2 weeks ago anyway, the United States effectively controlled it. That was the other reason we had all those military bases in the Persian Gulf. Another was to protect Israel, our only real ally in the Gulf. But a competing reason, maybe the primary reason, hard to know, certainly a big reason, was to protect the flow of energy through the Straits of Hormuz. And now the U.S. has been, unfortunately, tragically unable to guarantee the passage of energy through that strait. Now, let's hope that changes. But if the Iranian regime is not toppled in this conflict, there's a pretty good chance that they will have control. Who else would? American bases have been degraded, in some cases destroyed. This war is so expensive, even now, less than 2 weeks in, it's hard to see how we could afford to expand our presence there. And then on a political level, how much will is there for that? We got to send more troops to the Persian Gulf. So as noted, right after this broke out, one of the whole purposes, one of the goals of this exercise from the perspective of Israel was to get the United States out of the Middle East. So Israel could be the dominant regional power, the hegemon, so it could expand its territory without getting hassled by the U.S. State Department, without asking permission from the U.S. president. And so Israel could control it, because Israel sees itself, and is actually, just factually, an emerging power. It's a nuclear armed power. And from their perspective, like, why wouldn't we control the region? And so that's their goal. But one impediment to that is Iran, which is opposed to Israel's existence and has been funding proxies to fight against Israel, most notably Hezbollah in Lebanon, but also Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen, et cetera, et cetera. So you got to get rid of the Iranian leadership, probably just turn the country into a chaotic civil war, because that suits Israel's purposes, and you got to get the U.S. out. So they've already done a lot to achieve the second goal, get the U.S. out. It's hard to see how the United States can guarantee safe passage of shipping through the Straits of Hormuz after this. We can't now. And if the Iranian regime remains, they're the ones the rest of the world is going to have to negotiate with. So just to be totally clear.
So just so you guys know, it usually costs 0.5% of the value of the cargo to insure one of the cargo ships that they're talking about. Since the war started, you are looking at a 1.5 to 3% price range to ensure these ships going through the strait. And it may not sound like a lot, but the price increase is something that all of us are going to feel, because the shippers are not going to eat that. We're going to eat that on the back end. So plan on things just getting more and more expensive.
Japan, South Korea, China, India, the European nations, 40% of the heat in British homes comes from LNG from Qatar, moved by boat. So big countries, some of them allies, some of them rivals, have a structural interest in this region, and it's not going away. So in the end, it seems possible, if not likely, that a resolution to the core economic question here, which is shipping, will be resolved by those countries directly talking to Iran. So China, India come in and they negotiate with Iran to open the straits. Think about that for a second. Does that diminish or enhance Iran's power? Well,
that's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities: a private placement.
You're negotiating directly with China, India, South Korea, Japan, Europe? You're more powerful than you were when this started. And that's a huge embarrassment to the United States. It's a huge reduction in American power. We were not able to force our will on this critical part of the world. We couldn't keep the peace. In fact, we shattered the peace. And we weren't able to restore order once we did. And guess who did? Oh, our other global rivals. That seems very likely. But from a regional perspective, this is a huge deal to the Gulf states, which have just been bombed for 12 days and really damaged in some cases by Iran. But the biggest problem this poses is for Israel, because Iran is a sincere opponent of Israel. At this point, more so than ever. It has been for a long time. They say it openly. They're one of the few countries in the world that opposes Israel's so-called right to exist. Israel has every reason to regard Iran as an enemy. Iran is an enemy of Israel, and again, now more than ever. So if Iran emerges with its leadership intact, with a leadership that might be even more anti-Israel than it was 3 weeks ago, why wouldn't it be? We just killed their leader, their 86-year-old religious leader, and his family. How does Israel live with that? And if Israel doesn't live with that, what are its options? If you start to think about this for about 2 minutes, it gets bracing. It gets a little scary. It's hard to know exactly how much damage the IRGC, the Iranians, have done to Israel because there's so much censorship. But we know, we can conclude fairly confidently from available information, that the port of Haifa, which is the most important port in Israel, controlled by the Chinese, I think, actually, interesting, and Tel Aviv, the second biggest city in Israel, have been hammered. And there has been widespread infrastructure destruction, and there's been loss of life of some kind. We don't know, but the video that seems real, they're hurting. And the Israelis have been dealing with this kind of stuff for a long time. It's not the first time their cities have been shelled. They've been shelled a lot over the years. And so their tolerance for this kind of stuff is much higher than it would be in the United States. If you shelled Chicago, people here have no experience of that, and understandably they'd be, completely freaked out by it. Israel, they've got a little stronger immune system, this kind of stuff, because they're already fighting a 7-front war. On the other hand, there's only so much that any country can take, particularly a small country that is riven by all kinds of internal divisions. Israel is not a united country at all. And its leader, while he's very popular with Ben Shapiro, is not universally loved in Israel at all. So Israel is not entirely stable internally. And it's absorbing a lot of punishment for a small country. But let's say that punishment accelerates. Let's say the Iranians decide we're going to really hurt Israel. And we're not going to limit it to Haifa and Tel Aviv. We're going to hit Jerusalem, where the holy sites are. Now, they're not apparently doing that right now, at least that we know of. And again, it's hard to know exactly what's going on because of the censorship, but it doesn't seem like they're pounding Jerusalem. But they could. And at that point, what? What happens? What if Israel and its main protector in the world, the United States, starts running low on advanced munitions and critically on missile defense?
We already
that's entirely
are.
possible. There have been widespread reports that the United States, as the backstop to Israel, its main protector, is running low.
We have pulled interceptor missiles from South Korea, Japan, and Ukraine so far. And when you want to talk about allies and GDP and global trade, I think South Korea, other than like Mexico and Canada, is probably our biggest trade partner. Not sure where Japan ranks. I know South Korea is very high up there. So to say that they feel alienated, to say the least, they are not happy right now. They are not happy at all. And these are countries that are responsible for bringing billions and billions of dollars into our economy. You know, countries that actually benefit the United States, that keep our economy moving. Last time I checked, Israel wasn't exactly a big contributor to the U.S. economy, but I could be wrong. It's probably anti-Semitic to say that. Who knows?
On those munitions. Now, why is that? Well, because we expended a lot of them, both advanced munitions and missile defense, in the last conflict that we backstopped Israel in June. And we already low then because we sent a lot of munitions to Ukraine. Now, why'd we do that? What was our critical interest in Ukraine? Well, at the time, they told us we have to do this because it is totally immoral and a violation of our sacred norms when a larger country just grabs the territory of a smaller country.
How about that?
Post-Venezuela, it's kind of harder to make that case with a straight face. So looking back, you got to expect a lot of the cheerleaders for the war against Russia might feel a little bit silly, might feel like the moral case they were standing on was kicked out from underneath them, because it was. But whatever, whatever you think about why we were there and the wisdom of it, the truth is, at the demand of the very same people who told us we had to get into this Iran war, those very same people demanded, you may recall 4 years ago, that we get into the war against Russia and that we expend billions and billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in critical munitions we could use to defend ourselves in the fight against Vladimir Putin because he was Hitler. Again, things look very different right now. But at the time, everybody in D.C. in both parties bought that story. The Democrats were all for it. The Republicans were all for it. This isn't the first bipartisan regime change war we've tried to fight. It's one of many. And in the course of that war, we expended a lot of critical munitions that we might be able to guarantee Israel's safety with now, but it looks like, from all available reports, we're running low. In fact, we're getting some, apparently, anti-drone technology from Ukraine. Savor that irony for a moment, if you would. So whatever the cause, and there'll be, one hopes, time enough for finger-pointing and blame and reverse engineering in an attempt to understand what we just went through. The fact remains, it seems unlikely that the United States will be able to guarantee the safety of Israel. We can't guarantee it now, despite a real effort to. So what does that mean? Well, it means that at some stage, it is possible that Israel will feel it has no choice. We hope they feel they have no choice, they're not doing it for fun, but in any case, they might have to resort to a nuclear strike on Iran. which would be a tragedy for the people of Iran, most of whom have nothing to do with any of this, who would get vaporized. It would be a tragedy for the region, which would be poisoned by radioactive fallout, and it would be a tragedy for the world because the last taboo would be shattered. Truly the last taboo. You can literally castrate yourself and call yourself a woman, you get applauded. There are very few taboos left. Using nuclear weapons is the last remaining big taboo. And once that is gone, we know from the elimination of other taboos that things change really fast. Oh, it already happened. I think I'll try it. And you could very easily see, either quickly or over time, a series of nuclear.
If you're an agency owner who's been struggling to attract new clients despite trying every marketing strategy, there's something
exchanges that kill most people on Earth. So that would be a huge deal. For the first time in 80 years, a nuclear weapon would be used. And it's by the way, not an attack on Israel, to note this, though they have been very eager to threaten it in the past. Their threshold is much lower than most people's, but still you can kind of understand it. If Israel gets targeted for destruction by Iran and the United States isn't there to reliably protect Israeli cities, they could use nukes. And then we could see truly the destruction of a lot of the world. So you don't want that to happen. In fact, you have to stop that from happening. You have to decelerate. But how do you do that? And again, without too much gloating, because this is no time to gloat or say I told you so, this is actually one of the reasons that some people argued against this conflict in the first place, because like all wars, much easier to get in than to get out. So there are reports today, which again, could be lies, probably. Again, everyone lies in war, everyone has incentive to, but there are reports that don't seem totally crazy that envoys from the United States have suggested that our country might be open to some kind of ceasefire. Like, hey, let's settle down for a second. And the Iranians, whether they're telling the truth or not, but the fact that even go to the trouble of lying about this tells you something, have said, no, we're not doing that. Why would we agree to a ceasefire when your previous diplomatic efforts were clearly dishonest and didn't work in any case? We couldn't trust you. Is diplomacy itself the search for a peaceful revolution to violent conflict? Is that even a category anymore? Who knows? But apparently the Iranians have said, no, we're not interested in a ceasefire. And they're probably bluffing too. Of course, everything's a bluff. This is the Middle East. But the fact that they're coming out and saying that does point to a fundamental problem that, propaganda aside, is totally real. And that is the United States is not wholly in charge of what happens next. We can, of course, influence it, definitely. But if you're a middle-aged American, speaking for myself, and you've lived your entire life in a country that called the shots globally, a country that issued blue passports to you that were basically your amulet of protection, no one could really mess with you when you have an American passport because the United States set the terms for global trade. It had the greatest military. In the end, no one's really going to mess with America. And if we want to shut down a war or start a war, we can. And there are no existential consequences to us. We're not going to get blown off the map for starting a war, especially with like small primitive countries. So we did it a lot. But this is the first conflict of our lifetimes where the United States is not fully in charge of what happens next. And that's because there are not just one, but two other players in this calculation. And as noted, the first is Iran. And they fully understand that all they need to do is survive. And by surviving, they become much more powerful than they were when this started. And they have all kinds of other reasons to want to continue. The most obvious being, and you're not allowed to say this, but it's true, is that unconditional surrender leaves you open to who knows what. And most non-degraded people, most people with any self-respect of any religion in any part of the country, understand that you can never unconditionally surrender, because in so doing, you've given up your humanity. You can't do that. Would you unconditionally surrender your family to someone else? No, of course you wouldn't. Who would do that? And if you would do that, then you don't deserve to have a family or be the head of household because you're degraded. You have no self-respect and you have no real love for those you're in charge of. It's really that simple. This is not a question of Islam versus Christianity, the West versus East. It's a question of the way people are. Unconditional surrender is a lot to ask of anybody. It took a nuclear bomb to get the Japanese to do it. It took complete destruction for the Germans to agree to it. So if we're asking for that unconditional surrender, the Iranians understand perfectly well the stakes, And they kind of can't give up. So that's the problem there. But the other more unusual problem, really without precedent, is that we are fighting this war in partnership with another country, Israel. Now, to those who say, well, we've done this before, we had coalition ventures, peacekeeping forces in Yugoslavia and Afghanistan and Iraq. Yeah, true. But none of those coalition partners had anything approaching decision-making authority over the mission. It was the United States and its allies or satellite states or countries we have troops in a lot of cases. And they were tagging along in the same way the South Koreans did in Vietnam. A lot of South Korean troops in Vietnam. Most people don't remember that. Why'd they do that? Because we protected them from invasion by the Chinese and the North Koreans in 1953. So they were grateful, and they accompanied us to Vietnam for a brief period as a gesture of gratitude. But they were never in charge of the plans in Vietnam. Westmoreland was in charge. LBJ was in charge. Nixon was in charge. This country has not, at least since the Second World War, handed any measure of operational control in a wartime theater to a foreign power. And why is that? Not because we don't have allies or people we like or people we share common goals with. We've got a lot of those, or we had a lot of those. But because no two countries' interests are identical. Even identical twins, if you spend enough time around them, are different in ways you can perceive. No two anything are exactly the same. And nations, which are complicated.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just
don't even have that many points of intersection in their interests. There's a lot that separates the national interests of two separate countries. So if you enter a war co-joined with another country, you're going to reach a point very soon where your interests diverge from those of your partner. And in a war, the stakes are very, very high. So you would never do that, ever. If you cared about your country, why would you do that? And of all the things that historians will reveal in the aftermath of this war, the one that some of us should be paying the closest attention to is who made that decision? Who decided it was okay for the United States to be yoked to a foreign nation in the middle of a war with a country of 92 million people? That is one of the craziest things this country's ever done, and the people who decided to do it should be exposed and they should be penalized. Because that single decision will cost, unfortunately, this is likely to be true, more American lives. It may extend this far past a point where the American interest is served. And by the way, we are approaching the point at which we get no more returns from being engaged in this war. If you know that you're going to negotiate your way out of something in the end, in other words, if you're not going to destroy each other with nuclear weapons, demand total abject surrender, but if you think there's even a possibility you're going to have to negotiate your way out of something, you want to do it at the apogee of your power, at your most powerful point. You don't want to do it when your power is obviously decreasing. Like, say, when you start to run out of weapons because you sent them all to Ukraine because Ben Shapiro demanded you do that. And why wouldn't you want to negotiate when your weakness is obvious? Because you'll get worse terms. The United States has a true national interest in controlling or having a say in the flow of energy out of the Persian Gulf through the Straits of Hormuz. If you could narrow down our interests to just one, we have many interests, but just one, it's that. It's very important for the United States to have some say in that. And if we negotiate our way out when we're weaker rather than stronger, we will have less say. And if we negotiate our way out in humiliation, God forbid that doesn't happen, we will have almost no say at all. And so it is very important to begin those conversations now, if you think there's a possibility we could negotiate our way out, if we don't have to go to nukes. And let's hope that we do believe that. So what stands in the way? Well, again, as noted, the Iranians, they've got to be reasonable and willing to bend a little bit, and that's not easy because they're not that reasonable and they're inflamed right now. But it's not just the Iranians, it's Israel too. And from the very first day, Israeli priorities have taken precedent over American priorities. American national interest has been pushed down, and in its place has been elevated Israeli national interest. And what specifically are we talking about here? Think about the target list. So the first big strike of the war eliminated the Ayatollah, who was 86 years old and not simply the head of state technically, but the head of a religion, Shia Islam. Apparently had prostate cancer and was totally willing to be martyred. So that alone should tell you, wait a second, why would we kill that guy? He may be bad. He may be the most evil person in the world. Mark Levin tells us he's Hitler. Great. Or bad. We're against that. We're against Hitler. But killing him will have what effect? 60 seconds. Predict. Oh, maybe it will unite the country on religious grounds and make the opposition to the United States and Israel stronger. Maybe it's also a kind of point of no return after which you can't really negotiate your way out. You killed our religious leader. When was the last time America killed a religious leader? It's not a defense of the Ayatollah. Sorry, Ben Shapiro. It's not a defense of Shia Islam. It's a defense of American national interests. And if you're having trouble remembering the last time we killed a religious leader, it's because we haven't killed any religious leaders, at least not openly. Because we don't want to start religious wars. Because they're hard to fight and very hard to resolve. And how is that good for us? How is that good for our access to LNG and oil from the Gulf? Tell me, Ben Shapiro, can you find the Gulf on a map? No. So why did we do that? Now, we don't know exactly why we did that. Maybe there are American military planners who thought sincerely, hey, I've got an idea. Let's kill the Ayatollah. Then all the liberal elements in the country will rise up. They won't actually discover their latent Shia Islam and rally around an 86-year-old man who was killed along with his family. Maybe there were actually American military planners who thought that, but more likely, there were Israeli strategists who realized that once the United States kills the Ayatollah, kind of can't get out. We're all in. And you also got to suspect that Israeli priorities may have informed our tragic decision to bomb, and it was revealed today it was, in fact, tragically, the U.S. military, by mistake, bombing a girls' school attached to an Iranian naval base where the daughters of naval officers went to school, and over 100 of them were killed. Well, that's just terrible, okay? America doesn't do stuff like that, and actually doesn't. And the times that we have done it, we've apologized and prosecuted the people who did it. When civilians are killed in large numbers and it becomes public, the United States military, going back hundreds of years, has felt a moral obligation, being a Western, not an Eastern country, to apologize for the death of innocents and punish the people responsible. It's happened a lot. Because we don't do things like that. Israel does do things like that. Israel sets off pagers in the pockets of people they can't identify. They're just out there. They're going to go off and they'll kill some terrorists and maybe some others, which they did. And that's the price they're willing to pay. That's not a price that we're...
I just found out, interesting note, those pagers that they used to attack the leaders of the Houthis and Hezbollah were in circulation for over 10 years. 10 years those pagers were in circulation. That just makes you think.
We're willing to pay because we're not Israel. So you have to wonder, like, how did this happen? So the U.S. government is saying this was a tragedy. It was a mistake. Totally believable. It was a case of bad targeting. Where did the targeting come from? That's the question. Where do we get those targeting numbers? Oh, we don't know, of course, but it's worth asking. Where do we get those numbers? And by the way, where do we get the intel upon which we made our assumptions that we should go into Iran and that there was a huge and anxious group of liberal-minded Iranians who wanted to throw off the shackles of theocracy, and that just a few choice bombs would unleash the desire for freedom within, and they would do the work for us and affect regime change themselves, and that from among them would arise a pro-Western leader. Why did we think that was true? It turned out not to be.
We probably thought it was true because we were basing all of our intelligence off of intelligence that was coming from Philadelphia assets that were on the ground. The intel was probably complete bullshit. We probably got steamrolled. Trusted the intelligence, and no matter what that intelligence said, they were going to make sure that it said whatever it needed to achieve their agenda. That's a fact.
Be true, unfortunately. Well, it may not surprise you to learn that almost all of our signals information, our SIGINT, out of Iran, is translated by our ally and partner in this war, Israel.
No. How did I not just say that? I think I'm on a roll tonight.
Now, that's not to suggest that the Israelis, who have a lot of Farsi speakers among them, because there are a lot of Iranians who moved to Israel, Persian Jews who moved to Israel, it's not to suggest that the Israeli government would in any way be tainting or withholding or mistranslating or skewing this electronic intelligence to get us into a war that doesn't serve our interests. I mean, really, who would do that? But it raises the question of incentives. So just to be clear, Israel has an incentive for the United States to stay in this conflict and make sure that Iran doesn't win, because if Iran wins, that's an actual existential threat to Israel, for real. Ben Shapiro's already talking about existential threat to Israel. Okay. Its nuclear program was not an existential threat to Israel. An Iran that emerges intact after this conflict is an existential threat to Israel. That is true. That's not an overstatement. So they have every incentive to keep us in and to tell us lies about the nature of the threat in Iran, about what they think is going to happen next, about chatter they pick up on the ground in Iran. They have every incentive to skew the SIGINT in their favor. Now, it's not even an attack on Israel, by the way. The second you join in an enterprise like this with a foreign country, you are certain to get problems like this. And by the way, to be fair, trying to be fair, the Israelis apparently are a little bit frustrated too, because they look over, they've got a whole set of priorities that are very important to them, and we don't share them all. Ground troops would be a perfect example. They would like ground troops. Flat out, they would like ground troops. Why wouldn't they? Our ground troops, not theirs. They're busy invading southern Lebanon.
Talk to any service member that was in the global war on terror in Afghanistan or Iraq or any of those other countries, and you'll see, or ask them if the Philadelphia flag is among those allied nation service ribbons that they wear on their dress uniforms. And the answer to that is going to be no. Not one single Philadelphia troop or soldier was ever in conflict with a single American soldier by their side. That country's lies and propaganda led us to invading Iraq, led us to invading Afghanistan, led us to invading Kuwait in the first Gulf War, and in none of those wars did Philadelphia send any troops to support us. We had allies from South Korea, from Australia, from New Zealand, from Vietnam, from all over the world. The one country that you would think would send troops to support their war sent nobody. They send our sons and daughters, our friends, our brothers and sisters, the people we care about, to die for their agenda, to die for their wars, to die for their issues. It's our loved ones that spill their blood for their wars. And it needs to stop.
And cleansing Lebanon, including Christian villages in Lebanon, killing a priest. Now, why would Israel be invading Lebanon right now? And they've lost people doing it, by the way. It's been a slog for them. Well, strictly speaking, it's because Iran activated Hezbollah, which is a proxy for Iran, in southern Lebanon. They started attacking northern Israel. Okay. Who could have seen that coming? Just because they killed the leader of Hezbollah in Nasrallah a year ago doesn't mean it doesn't exist anymore. Of course it does. But the effect of this is not attacking anybody, just noting it, is the United States is all in, trying to defeat Iran, push back these attacks on all of our allies in the Gulf and on Israel. And Israel is taking this opportunity to grab more land in southern Lebanon.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record.
So we're fighting Iran while they're taking over contiguous land from one of their neighbors and cleansing it of Arabs. Huh. How is that in our interest? Why would we want to take credit for that? Why would we be in favor of that? I mean, that's a problem for Israel to deal with. But that's what they're doing. And of course, that's always what they were going to do, because Israel is acting in what it claims is its own interest, or what Benjamin Netanyahu believes is in his own interest, because we don't have the same interests. And that was very obvious in the first hours after this, when the prime minister of Israel, in his, I think, first remarks on the new war with Iran, said two things. One, I've been waiting for this for 40 years. This is part of a pre-existing plan, totally disconnected from Iran's modern nuclear program, which was not in the same condition 40 years ago. If you've been thinking about something for 40 years, you're probably not describing an imminent threat. Hard to be imminent for 40 years. This is an effort to expand the territory and the influence of Israel in the Middle East. Of course, again, not an attack on Israel, it's just a fact. That's the first thing he said, revealing his motive, just saying it out loud. One wonderful thing about Israelis is, unlike Americans, they're less circumspect. Just kind of say it. And the second thing he said, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's about right, he said in today's Torah portion, we read about the Amalekites, about Amalek. And that would be a direct reference to 1 Samuel 15, in which God commands the Israelites to kill the Amalekites, all of them, every single one of them, to commit genocide against Amalek. The men, the women, the children, the infants, is almost verbatim quote, and the animals. The camels and the sheep. All of them. Kill them all. Wipe them off the face of the earth. And in fact, God punishes the Israelites for not following his instructions and sparing some. So whatever you think of that, whether it's your theology or not, your religion or not, it almost doesn't matter. In a geopolitical context, no one has talked that way in 80 years. No national leader has stood on camera and said, our goal is genocide. And not like semi-modern Nerf genocide, where you kill a lot of people, make the rest of them leave, but actual genocide, where you kill everybody and their children, quote, and their infants and their animals. You erase any evidence they ever existed, period.
Okay, so fun fact for you guys, real quick. This is the patch of an IDF soldier's uniform. Circled in red is a patch that the soldiers wear. If you notice, it is not a map of Israel. This is a map of Greater Israel, or Greater Philadelphia, shall we say. This map shows the land from the Nile to the Euphrates that it is said God promised the Jews in the Bible. So if they didn't have plans on expanding their borders to what is shown on that patch, then why wear that patch specifically? Just curious. Just something to think about, you know? Something I noticed. Maybe I should stop noticing.
1 Samuel 15, in case you're interested in reading it. And it is interesting, and it's of course part of Judaism, it's part of Christianity, it's the Old Testament. So it's not an attack on the verse, but to invoke that verse in the middle of a hot war and respond to it by saying, this is what we're doing today. Amalek is Iran, is to call for genocide against your opponent. Now, without even judging that, it's worth noting that is not in the interest of the United States. Despite what the president said today about eliminating the country with nuclear weapons, that is not in the interest of the United States. It's not the desire of the American people to commit genocide against the Iranians. Without even considering what the downstream effects of that might be, profound, without even considering that, ask yourself, is that why we're in this war? Because we think the Iranians are Amalek? They seem kind of awful and scary and they're like bad Islamic people or whatever. But are we really going to try to eliminate every one of them? The men, the women, the children, the infants, the camels and the sheep? Nah, that's not in our purview because that's not in our interest because first of all, we don't do things like that and never should. And second, how does that make us stronger and richer and more secure? I don't think it does. Israel is a different view. And so that's the point. This can never work in America's national interest as long as it is tethered to another country's national interest. And if that doesn't work, if it doesn't work in the middle of a war, it probably doesn't work in peacetime either. It probably doesn't work to have a permanent Israeli detachment at, say, the Pentagon, where our wars are planned, or at CIA, where information is collated and analyzed. It probably doesn't work to have people in all branches of government who are dual citizens with Israel and other countries. What? Because you're always going to wind up where we are now, which is tethered to another country, which may be a good country or a bad country. We can debate that. But it's not America. And the purpose of the American government is to serve the American people. Not in some abstract way in their war against radical Islam, but in a concrete way, like nicer airports and no crime and decent schools. The things that any citizen should expect from his government. And if you're totally ignoring all of those on behalf of another country, it's just not acceptable. And it's also not sustainable. And so no matter where this goes, and again, we pray it is resolved peacefully and soon, our country needs to think through how this happened, find out in specific terms, not bury it like 9/11 and every other traumatic event over the last 50 years or 63 years. It's like, oh, we're not really sure. We need to be sure. How did this happen? How can we prevent it from happening again? A sober assessment of what went wrong. That's what all functional institutions do. They used to be called after-action reports, and they were mandatory so it didn't happen again. That's what the NTSB does with plane crashes. How'd this happen? We're not going to guess. We're not going to blame radical Islam. We're going to find out whether the pedo tubes worked. We're going to find out the specifics that led to this tragedy because we don't want more tragedies. And if we'd done that after the Iraq War, we probably wouldn't be here. Because the Iraq War was started, which, as everyone knows, went on for 20 years at great cost, trillions of dollars, and the deaths of hundreds of thousands, millions of people, all in, was started under very similar circumstances. Pressure from Israel, bad intelligence, in part, not exclusively, but in part from Israel, a massive lobbying campaign by Israel-aligned pundits and think tank people, politicians. And if it had gone well, okay. But it didn't. And no one was ever punished for it. And more critically, no one ever explained precisely what happened. And 23 years later, that was 23 years ago this month, we're still debating why it happened. And there are increasingly few people who were there and remember. I'm one of them. Let's not let that happen this time. We can't afford
That's absolutely, and it's definitely an interesting topic. The patch does reflect a particular interpretation of that.
I didn't realize I muted myself. Sorry. Okay. I was talking to ChatGPT. So, the patch on the IDF uniform shows Greater Israel, which is the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. For those of you that don't know your Bible, that is the land that was promised to God's chosen people. On the IDF uniform, that is the land that is shown on the patch that they wear. The modern day countries that are included in that land area include Egypt, Sudan, Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, Northern Saudi Arabia, and Cyprus. Now, let's take a look at who the United States and our greatest ally have been in conflict with. Egypt, Sudan, Palestine. Israel is currently bombing Jordan and Lebanon. Syria is propped up by either an Al-Qaeda or ISIS leader. I forgot which one. Our greatest ally just came out and said Turkey was now their #1 threat. Iran. They don't really have issues with any of the monarchs, like Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Cyprus. But trust and believe that is part of the Greater Philadelphia Project. Don't get it twisted. They believe that land is theirs. And they believe they have a biblical mandate. So everybody else be damned. But they're coming for it. Might not be now, but they're coming for it. Which is why they're pushing for the United States to be sort of escorted out of the Middle East, so they become the sole superpower in the Middle East with nobody to keep them in check, and they can begin fulfilling the biblical mandate that they believe they are entitled to. This is just a little religion, history, and context for anybody that may not know. So, I'm going to go back to Tucker, and here we go.
More wars like this. Literally can't afford it, and we shouldn't have to. Because the purpose of the U.S. government is to serve Americans, period. Ranchers built America, feeding our country for over 250 years through droughts and wars and recessions and pandemics and anything else.
All right, here comes the interview with Bret Weinstein. You may not agree with his politics. You may not agree with mine. The one thing that I could say about this man is he is honest, and he is genuine. And for me, that's all it takes for me to listen to somebody and consider their position and have conversation with and try to find common ground with. The American people on the left and the right need to start finding some common ground and stop fighting amongst ourselves, and take a look at who the true enemies are, whether it be in our own house or neighbors that stay over. But our sovereignty as a nation is very much in question right now, and they talk about it in the interview. So here we go.
Why did we do this? What was the point? Do you have any sense?
Well, I've spent a lot of time thinking about that question, and I will say I find Trump himself a fascinating and mysterious character. He's highly unusual, and therefore it's a little hard to understand.
Do you find him more mysterious now than you did 10 years ago when you first started watching, when we all first started watching?
Well, I understand him a lot better than I did because, of course, I now have so much evidence of how he behaves under different circumstances, for both better and worse. But in thinking about this move, it seems like such an obvious mistake, both from the point of view of the nation and the danger of a quagmire, which I think is substantial, and the danger of a terrible outcome, which I think will likely be avoided, but I do worry about the role that nuclear weapons could play here. But the thing that really causes me to think there's something I can't see is that the mistake that Trump has made here is a political mistake. If you picked one realm where I would expect Trump not to make an obvious mistake, it would be the political. I literally think we are dealing with a political genius, right? If nothing else, this person has understood the way he is viewed, the American electorate, such that he could be relied upon not to make a blunder of this scale, especially as his presidency hangs in the balance, which it clearly does. Because if the Democrats take the Senate, in addition to the House, then not only will he be impeached, which I think is highly likely with the House alone, but he will be convicted, and that will be the end of his presidency. It will also be his legacy. So, why would a man who understands politics better than any of us, a guy who did what I would have told you was impossible, he beat the duopoly, both sides of it, took over the Republican Party, defeated the Democratic Party soundly. That is a person with insight, making a move that seems like a childish blunder. And it leaves me with a very unsettling hypothesis. I don't have high confidence in it, but my concern is that this is evidence that he is not in control. He is not in control as commander-in-chief of his own armed forces, and that he is, in fact, having to rationalize decisions that he would not have made and promised not to make on the campaign trail.
All you do is go to this website, And it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making by showing you how much.
And I don't quite know what to do with that. It's a very unsettling thought, but I don't see the win here, and I don't see a win in a short enough time period that this could put him ahead in the midterms. It's very hard for me to imagine that.
And this is why, again, I'm going to bring up the possibility of a false flag attack and it happening relatively soon. Because the midterms are coming up, the polling numbers are absolutely terrible. Nobody is in support of sending troops over there, fighting this war, having anything to do with it. And they need to turn that polling around extremely quickly. And if there's one thing that we saw in modern history that truly united the right and the left, regardless of how long of a period it was for, was 9/11. There was no more right and left for a brief moment in American politics. We were all Americans. All of us. There was no political divide. It was exactly what I said. We were all Americans. And we have not felt that or seen anything even resembling that since 9/11. And they need to do something drastic, big, and it needs to happen fast. And now you're hearing reports of U.S. Central Command warning law enforcement agencies on the West Coast about possible drone attacks coming from shipping containers on cargo ships that are waiting to dock at the port of Los Angeles or up in San Francisco, where these cargo ships or cargo containers have been retrofitted to launch drones from the cargo containers. And if you think about that in context with all the drone sightings off the New Jersey coast during the winter, and people with videos of drones coming out of the ocean, and I live in New Jersey and I'm on the coast, and I promise you there was a lot of fake BS videos floating around, but there are videos that were sourced from people that live locally to me that caught these things on camera, and we never got an explanation as to what that was. If you think about the current threat assessment with what was going on back then, kind of makes sense when you think about it. Just something to think about. Just another data point on this chart of insanity.
Well, I think that's the least bad outcome from the perspective of the Trump administration. If Republicans get stomped in the midterms, but then somehow recover a workable majority of voters, I think they'll be thrilled. But I think the potential consequences, unless the party is to find a leader who represents its voters, because it's really that simple over time. Are you addressing the concerns of your voters? If so, you probably get elected, and if you're not, you probably won't. I mean, I think it's like, Gavin Newsom's going to be president if this continues on its current course. So the question is, what do you need to restore, actually? I mean, leaving aside how do you get out of the war, which I think is very complicated, but how do you restore confidence in the government after the government just admitted they got Americans killed on behalf of another country, which is what they've admitted and what they did?
Well, I mean, I will tell you, I don't think I was naive going into the last election. I have long viewed the duopoly as unbeatable and Trump as capable of a political feat in that realm that others weren't. But in terms of how compromised our governmental structures are by corruption, there was always the question as to whether or not there was enough power left in American elections to actually change our trajectory as a country. And in the aftermath of the attack on Iran, I'm shaken. I don't know. I think the answer I just got is it didn't matter who you voted for. The neocons had moved over to the Democratic Party. I think Iran, we know it was on their agenda for decades. I think an attack on Iran was coming, and I tweeted before this happened, we're going to attack Iran and we're not going to be given a choice about it. And that feels like what has occurred. But I do want to say the hypothesis that the president is not in control is one of two. The alternative hypothesis, as far as I can see it, is that he is being shown a very compelling false rendition of the world that has led him to act in a way that would be politically advantageous and would be in the interests of the nation if what he was seeing was true. But
another quick data point. These negotiations that were going on with Iran, the 4 people that were involved in these negotiations were Jared Kushner, Zionist Jew, Steve Witkoff, Zionist Jew, Pete Hegseth, Christian Zionist, and Marco Rubio, who has been elected and kept in office by the Adelson fortune. So you have three Zionists and 1 default responsible for the negotiations going on with Iran. We could have figured out how those negotiations were going to go before they even happened. Because every one of them has the same exact viewpoint, same exact agenda. Out of anybody to have negotiations with Iran, those are probably the last 4 people. Well, maybe not the last 4, but they're definitely on the list of people that I would not have involved with negotiations, because their agenda is not to benefit the American people. It is to make the Zionist movement move forward. So, of course, the information that Trump is getting is going to be skewed from a Zionist lens.
That it isn't. Now, that's also a very unsettling possibility, that he is surrounded by people who are wittingly or not showing him a picture that is unrealistic so that he would in fact put our military in harm's way and destabilize Iran, not understanding what the likely consequences were.
Well, I don't think there's any question about that. And the people who are calling to influence him, are unwise but also ignorant and have a track record of bad calls and but possess maximum aggression. So there's no question that his fact picture was totally distorted, and it still is. I mean, the overwhelming majority of Iranian signal information, signal intelligence that we receive has been translated by Israel. So, okay, it's been filtered, and maybe honestly, maybe not. But yeah, he's not seeing the whole picture. Of course, no president does. But he's also, as you just suggested at the outset, which is the most interesting thing, he overrode his own instincts. He's amazing political instincts. People zig, he zags, he turns out to be right. He attacked the Iraq War when that was totally verboten in the Republican Party in the primaries in 2016, and it turned out to be the most resonant thing. Yes, finally someone's saying it. Only he knew that. Only he understood that. So his instincts are like at the highest level, and he ignored them. So why?
You obviously want to sleep well and fashionably. Brooklyn bedding can help.
Tucker.
Here at TCN, we take sleep time seriously, try to get 8 hours. And a lot of the people here cannot help.
Americans have to have a conversation with ourselves about not only how broken our system is and what it is resulting in us doing, but how does it actually work? What is it that is actually driving us to do what we do? And, we can see parts of it. We can see lobbying, for example. It's the loophole in our system where the system is pay for play that is used day in and day out by corporations to get us to do things that are bad for our health, bad for our long-term financial well-being, bad in every regard. But obviously, our adversaries abroad will have noticed that we have a pay-for-play system, and if they aren't taking advantage of it, that would be surprising. I would like to know why they would have missed the opportunity, so presumably they are. And that also applies to our allies, unfortunately. That is to say, anytime somebody has an interest that is in conflict with the interests that we Americans actually have, they are in a position to nudge us in their direction, and we are undoubtedly being nudged. On the other hand, I don't think that can be the sum total of it. And I will tell you, I don't like saying any of this. I don't want to be doing this. But
tell me about it.
The reason that the Epstein phenomenon, whatever it was, is so important is that it suggests a hidden power structure that was there for leverage.
Okay, great.
Jesus.
Wait, were you even listening?
Guys. I'm sorry.
You haven't taken a single note this entire meeting?
It is unfortunate that in the edit that we have been shown, we don't have conclusive evidence of who, what they were after, or even how the leverage worked. All we can see is strong evidence that there was something. Logically, it is implied that it was connected to intelligence services, ours, likely Israel's, who knows who else. But when you see your government, your president, functioning in ways that do not add up, it's like watching a planet behave oddly because of the gravity of some object you haven't found yet, right? There's the implication that there's something with power in this system that is undeclared. As far as we know, it's unnamed. And the central question is, what is it? How does it work? And how much effect is it having on what we do? And I tried in my own way to raise this issue publicly. I believe we are in the midst not only of a constitutional crisis, which arguably has been ongoing since 2001, maybe much longer, maybe 1963.
Around November 22nd, in that range? Of 1963?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the question: was that a lone gun nut or was that a coup? And if it was a coup, did the thing that took power ever relinquish it? I don't know the answer to that question.
I'll just put it this way: if the U.S. government ever goes bankrupt, and disability payments stop, Social Security payments stop, all payments stop, medical research, the CIA will still be well funded.
Well, the CIA, I used to say black budget, because obviously there are black budgets, but then I realized I was using the wrong term. A black budget is a budget that is opaque to the outside world, but it still comes from somewhere. The real problem is the ability to fund your own agency.
Of course.
And if you have superior information about the world, you know what's going to happen because you're in part responsible or you're listening into things that are responsible, then you are in a perfect position to create a budget that is under no one's control. And I'm afraid we have rogue agencies that are independent of any structure that was imagined by our founders.
They're their own countries, and there's no one who's not afraid of them.
No one who's not afraid of them. So
there's literally, I've never met anyone. The more knowledgeable someone is about the workings of government, the more afraid he is of CIA. Well, I'm not saying CIA is running around killing people, but they can, I mean, to some extent they are, but I don't think they're like murdering thousands of Americans every year, but they'll trip you up hard if you mess with them. That's just true. Everyone knows that.
They'll gaslight you into functional insanity. They'll
100%.
Eliminate you.
Leak your text to the New York Times, for sure.
Yeah, these things can happen. So I guess my point is, not only are we in the ongoing constitutional crisis, it's just clear that we are. What the start date is can be debated. We are also in the midst of an acute national security crisis.
Yes.
Something has control within our governmental structures that does not have our interests at heart. And I don't know what we do about that, but I know that
why do you say whatever this control mechanism is, this force, doesn't have our interests at heart?
Well, I think that's evident from what we do. Most of our activity is actually negative with respect to its impact on Americans. I mean, in fact, if we simply took the resources at our disposal and pointed them at the problems that people care about, we could be vastly better off. We wouldn't live in a country with huge numbers of fentanyl zombies in every city with, onerous taxation and cruddy services. The point is we are simultaneously being drained on the one hand of our resources and on the other hand receiving the worst conceivable service for it. What we get, I would be perfectly comfortable paying high taxes if they were making society better.
Oh,
right?
Yes, definitely.
But I'm not comfortable with paying high taxes that are used to punish me and surveil me and all of that. Of course, who would be? So all I'm saying is that
I would gladly trade all the dollars that we spend in these conflicts in the Middle East on any kind of program that the people on the right want to call socialist programs. Because you know what? At this point, at least that money is trying to help the average American. At least it's going towards trying to make the lives of the American people better. Because every dollar we spend over there is our tax money that is being wasted. Any blood that we spill over there I don't want to say that it's wasted, because that's not the right way to say it. Because they died for serving our country. But they died needlessly. They died with honor and dignity. They died serving our country. But they died serving a country that has their priorities all fucked up. And they were placed in vulnerable positions that they shouldn't have been placed in. And the loss of life and the amount of injuries could have been completely prevented if we had just stuck with the plan of pulling out of the Middle East. But now we got our reserve troops getting called and told to get their affairs in order. And it looks like we're going to be starting a ground invasion. And for what? What is that doing for us here at home? Is that doing anything to help young couples afford to take care of their kids? Put food on the table? Pay for daycare? Is that changing the fact that the average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old? Or is that a Democrat hoax too? I'm sick of the fucking lies and the propaganda that gets spewed by both sides to pit us all against each other. When the fact is, it's the average American against the political class. And that is what people need to wake up to. Because these politicians don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about any of us. And the ones that do, like Thomas Massie, the reason we have the Epstein files, Trump is currently trying to primary him and get him out of office. His own party is running against him, and he is the reason that we even have the Epstein files. And they are doing everything they can to get that man out of office and get another Republican in there. Why? Because the dude stood on principle. And he stood on morals and values, and that is something that is foreign to all of these politicians because they don't have any of it.
That if I look at the activity of government, it is hostile to the interests of the American people.
Yeah, that's right.
Almost always. Almost always. It's like point for point. You know, it's like during COVID, you know, if you looked at what the CDC asked you to do, every single thing was the inverse of what you should have done, just to maintain your own health. It's like that. You are getting a program in which everything that you're being fed is poison rather than nutrition. So when your government behaves like that, it is about something. The fact that our founders understood the hazard of conflicts of interest, it was top of mind for them, and that they wrote about it extensively, and they tried to build a system that was immune to it by virtue of the fact that as people detected that their government was not acting in their interests, they had the ability to replace it bloodlessly. And what I think has happened is something has overwhelmed the thinking of the founders. It's not surprising. They didn't understand what a world, the internet or AI or any of these other modern influences would allow. But somehow we exist under a form of government that has a kind of democratic theater to it, but that's not how it works. And I guarantee you it works some way, right? It's a functional system in a manner of speaking. The lights remain on, but it is not acting in our interests. It's basically catering to our interests exactly enough to keep us from revolting. That's about what it is.
We've got a new partner. It's a company called Cowboy Colostrum. It's a brand that is serious about actual health. And the product is designed to work with your body, not against your body. It is a pure and simple product, all natural, unlike other brands.
By the way, that's a very depressing scenario that you've just sketched out. However, it's better than civil war.
Yep.
And people don't appreciate how difficult violence is to control and just how costly it is to people because they've never seen it, because they don't know anything, actually never been anywhere. But anyone who's been around that is like, ooh, don't want that. However, I think that the current system is going to be pretty hard to maintain with this level of transparency, by which I mean, while 1 billion federal documents remain classified, the deep architecture of power, as you just said, is now sort of visible. It's kind of peeking beneath the surface in certain places, and you're like, well, that clearly is what's running it. I have no control over that. That, whatever it is, clearly hates me and my children. It's tough when this much is disclosed all at once, and it makes society unstable, and it makes people, frankly, revolutionary and radical.
Well,
or does it?
No, it does, which is another thing that's been worrying me. So part of what I do is I think about game theory, which is a little understood quadrant of logic, but a very important one. And there's a difference between an iterated game, where each round is played with the knowledge that you're going to have to play the next round, and the last round of the game, where you don't have to play another round, so you're willing to do all sorts of things that you wouldn't if you knew you had to keep playing, right? You'll burn properties that you wouldn't have burned otherwise. And
put it all in the last hand.
Yeah. So what I feel, I can't defend it as a matter of it being an obvious logical conclusion, but what I feel is that there has been a shift into an end game dynamic where something is going for broke. It's not expecting to preserve this system. It's not expecting to have to maintain it. And therefore, how much does it matter that we can see a lot in the Epstein files but prove nothing, right? How much does that really matter if we know? In fact, maybe it's even a feature, not a bug. It kind of makes us feel like we're making some kind of progress, like we've scored a big win, when in fact, is it going to change how we are able to govern ourselves? Did our power go up in knowing these things, or was it just simply, a kind of catharsis that was delivered? Fine, you can have it. What are you going to do about it? That's where I think we are.
I have that same sense, a strong sense. Just, it doesn't matter. Shed the husk.
Yep.
We're moving on. And I see it in a lot of different ways. Well, in our just the most obvious practical way, in our use of anti-missile defense. Like, we burn through it. And so there's no sort of backup in case, like, what if something else happened around the world with a peer power? Like, we're in trouble. You wouldn't do that if you cared about the future. You wouldn't do any of this if you cared about the future. But I see it in the explicit efforts to stoke religious conflict inside our borders. And I see it with this all Muslims are bad. I never thought in my wildest nightmares that I would be the guy defending Muslims. And so I'm not a Muslim. And I'm also on the record like attacking Muslims a million times over the years. Foolishly, probably. But I do know that American citizens have to be treated equally, regardless of their religion, period. And that attacking people on the basis of the religion of my country is the recipe for, like, disaster. It's a recipe for a country that I want my grandkids to grow up in. And I don't know why anyone would do that, and I'm not going to stand by for it, not because I'm like a devotee of Allah or whatever. I'm a Protestant Christian. Well, I do love a lot of Muslims, but that's not why. I don't want to live in a country with that. Why would someone try and stoke that? What's the game here?
Well, I mean, this is, again, this haunting sense that this is about somebody's interest that has not been publicly shared, and that we are being steered as pawns on a chessboard.
How can a country this big and powerful get manipulated by anybody?
Well, unfortunately, the answer to that is in game theory also, which is that the personal incentives of those who are supposed to be doing our bidding in government are obviously wildly perverse. And so you can get a lot of people who are either too cowardly to do what they know is right, or too corrupt to care about what's right. But I was on the beach in Clearwater a couple nights ago, watching the sunset. Very diverse crowd of most.
I think the salary for a congressman or senator is like $170,000, and the majority of them are millionaires. So their incentive is to stay in office to enrich themselves, not benefit the American people. I think that all this dark money in politics needs to go. Lobbying money needs to go. Corporations donating needs to go. All financials need to be disclosed, so we know exactly what politicians are taking money from where. But until we get the special interests, the lobbyists, and these mega donors money out of our political system, this is what we're going to get. Because the incentives are for these people to stay in office, for them to enrich themselves, not help the American people.
Americans there on the beach, families playing in the surf, people just enjoying the grandeur of the sun going down. Nobody thinking about politics except me. But I was talking to people, as I often do. I love to just strike up a conversation. It's amazing how decent most people are, how they want the same things, how they're willing to, bond with you, somebody they've never met, just because you're standing on the same beach in a country in which you're more or less free. And, I was thinking about how it used to be, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And the fact is, this was never a fair country. People start out with disadvantages. But we knew that it was supposed to be. We knew that that was the better direction to go in. And frankly, people liked it. There's a reason, as dumb as, the colors of Benetton or whatever it was, there's a reason that that ad campaign resonated with people. Was that it is kind of cool to have friends from all sorts of different backgrounds, and, to feel like we've put those animosities aside for something better. And the better thing is the modern West. It's the alternative to unthinkably bad systems that have characterized all of history until the last couple hundred years. So I texted while I was on the beach to Heather a thought that she would understand because of every conversation we've had about our predicament. Something to the effect of, these people are very broken, but within 2 generations, they could be pretty okay.
After working with thousands of agency owners, I've discovered that the biggest obstacle to signing clients isn't sales skills or marketing knowledge. It's not understanding how AI has changed what services businesses want to buy. What's happening is that businesses are actively...
If we just stopped poisoning their bodies and their minds, if we stopped lying to them and we started telling them, hey, here's how you can live so that you'll be healthier and happy.
Exactly, yeah. Generally, members of Congress
about what color your skin is or
Right.
what book your family worships, right? We liked that. It was good, and frankly, it was so good that for a brief period it was contagious. Anybody who saw how dynamic this country was, that people could be simultaneously free and wildly productive at the same time and innovative like no other country ever. Once you see that, the only answer is, well, how can I get in on it? Can I come to your country and participate in it? Can I reproduce that magic in my country? People wanted it, and somebody upended it. Somebody decided that our freedom didn't matter, and they decided that they had plans. They had plans to corral us so that more of our wealth could end up in their pockets. And, at first, the corruption was mundane, but it's totalizing. It has taken over the entire country, and it has left us with what looks like the theater of democracy and liberty and some kind of cryptic but omnipresent tyranny. It's tragic, and most people don't realize how tragic it is because they don't know what the world looks like when you don't have the West functioning. They don't understand what it is like to live in a world
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic was muted. So, let's go back to this real quick. As of recent data, base salary for a U.S. congressman or senator is $174,000 per year. Okay? The average net worth for a sitting member of Congress is typically in the range of a few $1,000,000. Of course, this can vary widely depending on individual circumstances. Mainly, what committees they sit on, what insider knowledge they have, so they can make insider trades. Looking at you, Dan Crenshaw. Congratulations on being a public citizen again and getting your ass primaried. But yeah, these people have no incentive to help the average American. And until the incentive structure changes, nothing else will change. Because these people are going to get elected into Congress or Senate, have a major change in life with the amount of income that they have coming in. And why would they want to give that up? They wouldn't. So until we get the big money out of politics, the lobbyists, the special interests, AIPAC, the dark money pools, the corporations, until we get that money out of politics, the incentive for all of these politicians is to stay in office and make as much money for themselves as they can. And if they think they're a good person by bringing in friends and family into the scheme, they do that too. But the incentive structure needs to change for our politicians. Otherwise, it's going to be the same shit over and over. And the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing, expecting different results. Trust me, I know what that phrase means very, very fucking well. And that's exactly what this is. It's insanity. That we put these people in office and expect things to change when we do nothing to change what the incentive structure is for these people to be in office. Because as long as the incentive is them getting rich, they're not going to help the American people. Period. End of story. That is just how human nature works. It's fucked up, but it's the truth.
Where the question is, how are we going to exterminate those people so that they don't exterminate us? That's not a world you want to live in. And I'm afraid that we are being dragged back into that world, which is, frankly, so much more fundamental that if the West breaks down, that's where we naturally go, right?
There's no other alternative.
Yeah. And the question is really, at what scale will you see that? Is it going to be at the scale of your neighborhood or at the scale of nations? But either way, it is an intolerable loss compared to repairing what we have, as broken as we find it.
I mean, if you just measure the well-being of Americans just by the obvious measures, including life expectancy, physical vigor and health, there's no question that the population, the actual population down to the individual, has been degraded measurably over the past 40 years.
Visibly.
Visibly. And it's shocking. It's so banal, I'm not going to.
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls all our expenses into one place and breaks down spending by team.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Even repeat it, but yes, visibly. That is exactly right. And it's super sad. It's not an opportunity to heap scorn on people, the weakest among us, oh, you're fat or whatever. It's an invitation to empathy and uplift. It's an invitation for us to help and make this better. And also answer the question, how did it go so wrong? And it does seem like you couldn't get this condition without leaders who really wanted to hurt you. It doesn't seem accidental.
Well, I mean, I will be one tick more generous. I think people do not intuit what it would be like for someone to be completely indifferent to your well-being. Right? When we look at
that's right. You're right.
What pharma has done to us.
And let me just say, I'm sorry that I said that.
No,
because it doesn't require malintent. It just requires indifference.
Yes, and I'm not saying there isn't a whole lot of malintent.
No, but you're right. You're absolutely right, and I shouldn't have said that.
But we all have to understand this, and I think the way to do it is to find it in yourself first. Right? The reality is, if you tapped into the suffering that is taking place at this instant around the globe, you'd melt down.
Guys, I know I haven't said it at all this stream yet, but if you could drop a like, or a dislike, whatever, comment, share, subscribing and sharing would be huge for me. I truly appreciate all you guys. I appreciate you guys that have been following for a couple streams now and are jumping in the chat with me. I appreciate all of you. It really means a lot to me. So if you could subscribe to the channel, drop a comment, help me get into this algorithm, help me break in. You know what I mean? Help me get my voice out there. It would mean a lot. So, thank you again to the guys that have been with me. I appreciate all of you. Anybody else, if you could like, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell, drop a comment, whatever you want to do, man. Anything you guys could do to help me to support the channel, I would truly appreciate it. So, jump back in here. Sorry for that.
Right? If you just had one instant of feeling at all, that'd be it. So you don't. You're built not to. You're built to care about things in some kind of proximity to you, right? You care about your family. You might care about your neighbors. You might care about Charlie Kirk. You may never have met him, but you saw him. You liked the way he sounded. He felt like a kindred spirit. So we pay attention in some way that is biological, right? That is built not to overwhelm us so that we have empathy where it has a utility. And then something breaks out in Sudan, and you may know about it, but you don't feel it in the same way. You are functionally indifferent to it, right? You know something's going on, and you go to Starbucks and you buy an expensive coffee anyway,
yeah,
right? So we all have that capability, and it's not that we are bad people for it. It's that we are functional people because of it. But once you know that that exists, that you can be indifferent to somebody's profound suffering if it's far enough away from you, all you need to understand is there are people who seem close to you who feel that exact way about you. You might as well be an animal on a feedlot somewhere as far as they're concerned, right? You are a source of wealth or meat or whatever. And, you know, once you get that, once you just make eye contact with that thought, it is not hard to understand how pharma works, right?
It's totally right.
Yeah. So, you know, okay, would somebody really withhold the cure to some disease that worries us all because if that cure comes out, they're going to lose billions of dollars? Yeah, there are people who would do that, and you'll never guess where you'll find them, right? So, you know, I guess the point is, look, there aren't very many adults. Maybe there are none. Some of us are struggling to be adult in a world that misinforms us and misleads us and tries to infantilize us. But we are trapped in a system in which other people's, the slice of the pie that they have access to is their full-time preoccupation. They're trying to enlarge their slice of the pie. The way that's supposed to work, if our system functioned really well, you would increase your slice of the pie by increasing the overall size of the pie, right? That's what it says effectively on the brochure of free market democracy, right? If you create wealth, you get rich. Nothing wrong with that. I want to live in that system. I want people who figure out how to make us all wealthier to live in really good places and enjoy, the finer things in life. That's something that makes us all better off. But there's this other way to do it. You can increase your slice of the pie by destroying wealth. And if you don't find a way to systematically rule that out, then that's what you're going to see, because it's vastly easier to do that. It's vastly easier to get wealthy at the expense of everyone else than it is to figure out how to make the pie that we all enjoy bigger. So we are suffering because a lot of people are behaving in their narrow self-interest, completely indifferent to our well-being, and that now extends deeply into the political.
It's almost the banality of evil, you might say.
It is a decidedly economic version of the banality of evil.
So you hate to say it, because there's no sense that I can see in which the current war benefits the United States. I just don't see it. But, theories are welcome. No one's ever called me to tell me how. I hope someone will. But I see a ton of ways in which individuals are becoming enriched by this war.
Every time. I mean, it's ever present.
It's hard to believe that's real, though.
Well, yes, it's hard to believe it's real because we depend, in order to just live your daily life and interact with the people that you actually meet, you have to take that mindset off the table, right? You can't work in your daily life with your coworkers and imagine that they're scheming behind your back.
No, it's so true.
In this way. And in general, they're not. It's just that there are enough people who are capable of this, and the system selects for them, and it tends to utilize them, that our overall system it's not a scaled up version of your neighborhood. It's the inverse of your neighborhood. It's people behaving in exactly the opposite way that normal people do in regular interactions. And it's something you have to learn it, because your daily experience won't teach it to you.
Okay, how is this resolved is a question. Let's take the military engagement off the table, because that's hard to know. As noted earlier, it's difficult. Politically, it's almost as difficult to see where this goes, because I think there are so many people who voted for the current administration as a last resort. Someone please listen to me, hear me. I've got problems, pay attention. And we wound up with this. So, how is that fixed?
Well, all right, here's where my naivete is going to come out. We need somebody who is in a position of real power and influence, somebody who has better information than we on the outside do.
Right.
To step up and take the risk, and it is a profound risk, of telling us exactly what they know. Now, I will say I'm very upset with President Trump at the moment. I feel personally burned as somebody who worked to get him elected.
Yep.
I did it for a reason, and frankly, if given the same choice today, I would have to make the same vote, because I think what the Democratic Party offered was anti-constitutional, right? We had a demented president who they pretended wasn't, and then we had somebody who hadn't won a primary installed by the party. This is not the consent of the governed. So I would have to vote for Trump again, just because he's at least a qualified person who was the nominee of his party through a lawful process. But I'm angry at him because I voted for no new wars, and when I voted for no new wars, Iran was top of mind for me because I knew that it was on the agenda of the neocons. So I expected somebody to try to force this to happen. However, whatever the explanation is for what President Trump has done, one can imagine him coming to the podium and telling us what's really going on across the board, what happened to our country, what happens when somebody who truly is independent of the system gets to that top job. Now, I assume there are reasons he can't do that, and I can come up with many reasons that it would not be his instinct to do that. But I think that we in the public need to consider whether the right thing to do is to say, what are our actual interests here? Our actual interests involve getting our country back and putting it on a track that functions, right? Going back to being the West and ignoring race and religion and trying to prosper through innovation, right? We are not going to get there if we continue to play the same dumb political game. President Trump, I believe, was a true renegade who broke through the system, even though it was built to prevent that at all costs. That is a major accomplishment. Having done so, he now knows how the system works, what it's built to do, and how it functions. And I feel like the right deal to make is forgive him for whatever it is that he's participated in exchange for giving us the information that we need to put the country back on track. Now, maybe that's naive. Maybe
I'd take that deal.
Ridiculous.
Any day.
Yeah,
I'd take that deal any day. I think saying the truth out loud has a supernatural effect. It has an effect, whether it's supernatural or not, in that it clarifies, but it also elevates. Like when you're arguing about the right things because you're arguing on the basis of truth rather than deception. And I think even if a leader, Trump or anyone else, offered no prescription for improving things, telling the truth about what's actually happening, how things work, who's in charge, why did we do that? What's the truth about that? Let's just start with the Kennedy assassination. I mean, they won't even do that. So I think that would be a massive improvement.
it would be, but the problem is we would have to live up to our side of that bargain. We would have to protect him, and nobody can protect him fully. But the point is that would be a very risky thing to do, because you're talking about forces powerful enough to have effectively captured our government and them facing an existential threat to their power. So everything's on the table with respect to what might be done to prevent someone like President Trump from telling us that.
But don't you...
Did you guys catch what he just said? Force is powerful enough to capture the U.S. government. So he said it himself. Our government has been captured and completely subverted. And it's terrible, man. It's terrible.
I think a prerequisite for leadership of anything, the family included, is the willingness to die for the people you lead.
Yes, and in fact, that was one of the things that I think endeared President Trump to a lot of voters. They saw him stand up to an assassination attempt. And, you know, he's not a young man. And frankly, his entire legacy is at stake. I assume his fortune isn't. But his legacy is at stake here. And so if there was ever a moment for a person to be looking at the sum total of what they've accomplished in life and to be saying, this is the last chapter, what is the right thing to do? I think this would be it. You know, in his shoes, I think it's what I would do. But it's a hard one to wrap your mind
I'm excited to hear what you're going
around. And presumably, if he were to entertain the thought, then all those around him that he might consult.
Oh, I did it again. Dude, I did it again, guys. I'm
whatever
fucking
reaction
sorry.
it is
I did
that
it again. Hold
prevents
on.
such things
Hold
from ever
on.
unfolding.
Hold
So,
on a second.
it would be a hell of a
again.
moment in American
I just
history
went on an
if we
epic
finally
rant and
got an
fucked
answer
it up.
to what's been going on.
Okay, so what I was ranting about was AIPAC. Okay, I asked ChatGPT, what is the success rate when AIPAC backs a political candidate? The result I got is going to blow your fucking mind and make you realize that our elections do not matter. Whoever we vote for does not matter. We are not picking who's getting elected into any congressional seat, any House seat, any Senate seat. It does not matter. Whoever we vote for makes no difference. In recent election cycles, AIPAC has reported a very high success rate for its endorsement of candidates. For example, in the 2022 cycle, about 98% of candidates backed by AIPAC won their general elections. And in 2024, that number was about 97%. Additionally, their primary endorsements have an almost perfect success rate. A perfect success rate. So it does not matter who you vote for or who I vote for. Our elections are so fucked that AIPAC is literally picking the candidates that they want, and they are getting elected every fucking time. Every fucking time. So if you think that we are a sovereign nation and these political races are legit, that fact right there proves it wrong. Because the chances of them having a 98% success rate when they back a candidate is fucking impossible. It's impossible. And if we don't have free elections, then we are not a sovereign nation. And guess what? This is something that nobody wants to talk about. Why? Because if you talk about this, you're going to get labeled an anti-Semite. Well, if talking about our nation's sovereignty and whether or not the American people are truly putting into office the people that we vote for, if calling that out is anti-Semitic, well, then I'm a fucking anti-Semite. Because there's no way that they should have a 98% success rate when they endorse a candidate. Additionally, their primary endorsements have an almost 100% success rate. Are you fucking kidding me? So our elections, our congressional, Senate, House elections mean absolutely fucking nothing, because whoever AIPAC decides to back is getting elected 98 to 100% of the time. If we don't have free elections, we are not a sovereign nation, and that statistic right there proves it.
the way that everything needs to change. Everything needs to change. This is how our country, both sides of the aisle, have been completely subverted by the interests of a foreign nation. This right here. And this is a fucking problem. And if you want to label me an anti-Semite for pointing out that statistic, because the facts are the facts. And I'm sure a certain group of people is not going to like the fact that I'm pointing that out. And if you want to label me for that, go right ahead. Label me for it. Because all I'm doing is speaking the fucking truth. If we don't have free elections, we are not a sovereign nation. Period. End of story. That's it. End of conversation. I'm going back to the Tucker interview because now I'm just getting pissed. So, I just thought I would share that statistic with you guys to let you know how much your vote really matters. Because according to that, your vote doesn't fucking matter at all.
Going on since 1963, and what it has to do with our entanglements abroad and our dysfunctional policy at home. But we're looking for, look, the thing about Trump was he was the surprising element that you couldn't have predicted.
Right.
So the question is, maybe it's time for the surprising Trump to surprise us once more and to give us the insight that we won't be able to gain through any other mechanism. And, you know, it would be the most worthy of accomplishments. So
it'd be the greatest thing. It'd be the greatest gift you could give the country.
Yeah.
Because the truth does set you free, actually. No matter what your religious views. I think every religion, I hope, is based on the idea of that there's an absolute truth that's knowable, or at least it's approachable, and that telling it is liberation.
Yep.
And that would be true for him, too.
I would think.
So you said you're gravely disappointed. You circulate in a world full of people like you, a lot of liberals who vote.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar where you can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer two investment opportunities, a private placement bond offering for accredited investors with target annual interest rates between 9 and 13%. Also, we offer a registered bond offering open to both accredited and non-accredited investors with rates ranging from 9 to 12%. Our
voted for Trump, who saw him as like a way to fix longstanding problems.
Give me a minute.
How many of them feel disappointed now?
Well, you know, the funny thing is, I have now several times said unforgivable things out loud on a series of different topics since 2017.
So you have no friends left?
No, I have the greatest crop of friends ever, but the way I came by them is an important piece of the puzzle. So each time that I have stood up and said the right thing, I lose a whole group of people. They turn on me, they go silent, all sorts of things happen. And then I meet another group of people that I didn't know existed who replaced them as my friends. And I call this the painful upgrade. I'm constantly losing people, but the quality of my friend group goes up and up each time this happens. And I will tell you, I think our discussion today, this one and the one that we had on Dark Horse just before, which I hope people will go listen to because there's a lot in there that I don't think you're going to hear anywhere else. But our discussions today, I expect, are going to be very costly to me. I'm hoping that the painful upgrade works and that I discover new people who, are capable of replacing the ones who aren't up to the
Costly in what way? I don't think I've been involved in both conversations. I don't think you've said a single radical, irrational, hateful thing.
Yeah, I haven't. But that's what causes the problem. And
really? Being reasonable?
Yeah, not to put too fine a point on it. But let's put it this way. If I'm frank about what the pattern really is, there are lots of people who are perfectly decent and reasonable across the board to a point. And then you get to their issue, and they will absolutely turn on you for doing the exact same thing that they loved you for the last time. And I don't know what to do about that. But at some level, I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to find the tiny number of people who don't have an issue like that.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm going to be left with.
I never knew anybody had issues like that up until COVID.
Well,
Trump, really.
Yeah. Trump and COVID both do it. But, the woke stuff, if you were, embedded in the liberal world as I was, it functioned the same way.
So what do you think you said in the course of our conversations that crosses some people's line?
I think that I am acting out of the very high quality moral training that I got inside a Jewish home. I think I'm doing the job that I am supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
But many who are aligned with the Israeli regime at this moment view what I am saying as...
Let me just vent real quick. My dog just ate through my work track jacket because the pocket was zipped. So he decided to chew through the track jacket to get to a Tootsie Pop that was in the jacket pocket. It was zipped, so he couldn't get it. So he chewed through the jacket to get inside the pocket to get the fucking Tootsie Pop. And he fucking ate that whole thing. And I'm about this close to beating his ass. Sorry for the vent. He's a shithead.
Traitorous. I've been accused of all kinds of vile things, including, ironically enough, trying to save my own hide by switching teams, which is preposterous because...
Someone said that to you out loud?
People have said a lot of things.
That's a very low blow.
The lowest, and it came from very close quarters.
Actually?
Yes. So... that's the world I'm living in, and I will tell you, maybe I'm nuts. And the actual peril to my life that I feel for speaking my mind on this topic is not the result of an actual threat. But I feel a threat. I am speaking in spite of it because I think it's the right thing to do.
Really? You do feel a threat?
Yes.
You can feel threats. That's a real thing.
Well, let me just flesh that out, because I think to a lot of people, especially people who don't follow me or know me well, that may seem like, oh, come on, Bret. You think anybody's paying attention to you? You really think you're that important? I think it's not the size of my audience. I don't think the size of my audience is enough to create that problem. The size of your audience is, and here I am, so there's that. But it is the fact that I try very hard to be reasonable, that I am Jewish and therefore trying to be reasonable, coming out somewhere where most Jews are not at the moment, is striking. In other words, maybe if I'm saying, hey, I don't think what we're doing is in the interests of the Israeli people, I don't think it's in the interest of diaspora Jews, I think it is creating the conditions that do result in pogroms and genocides.
Definitely.
If I say all those things, and I'm not hot-headed, that counts. And it potentially gets people's attention who are otherwise not going to pay attention to it. So I think that will be perceived as very threatening to some people I don't trust at all. And
who are they?
Well, whatever the forces are that just pushed us into a war, either strange timing or pushed us into a war outright, those people have interests of a scale I can't even conceive of.
No, it's true.
So what might they do to somebody who speaks out of turn? I don't know. But I'm just going to say it. We don't have an FBI. We know that because things that need to be thoroughly investigated obviously aren't, whether that's the assassination attempt in Butler, whether it's the Zorro Ranch that never got searched that Epstein had, or the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yep.
Now, all I know about the Charlie Kirk assassination is that I've been handed a story that doesn't add up. I don't know why it doesn't add up, but the fact that we didn't get to the bottom of it in some way, that we got a compelling explanation to what happened, worries me for the following reason. Now, I didn't know Charlie well. We were becoming friends, and I feel confident that that would have continued and progressed rapidly, but I didn't know him all that well. But we were teamed up on a project to essentially compel the president of the danger of the mRNA shots. But that meant that I had contact with him, and I knew something of what he thought. I know you knew him well. Even his public-facing side was very clear about his concerns about an attack on Iran. He was not only very clear about his concerns, but he was very knowledgeable about the hazards. He was, he would have been a formidable voice at this moment. I don't know how we ended up in this conflict in Iran. It's a head-scratcher to me. It seems, as I've said to you, like such a mind-blowing.
I'm gonna have to constantly refute my stance on this. I have nothing against people that are of the Jewish faith, of the Jewish religion. I have an issue with Zionism, the government of Israel, the Likud party, which is the political party that is in control of the Israeli government. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu is a homicidal maniac. I will never attack somebody for their faith, for their relationship with God. That is a very personal thing, and that is none of my business. Your relationship with whatever power you have a relationship with is your business. But attacking the Likud party, attacking Benjamin Netanyahu, attacking the government of Israel is not the same thing as attacking somebody for their faith. And time again, the two of these things are conflated by the other side, specifically, so you can't criticize the government of Israel. You can't criticize the Likud party. You can't criticize Bibi without being labeled an anti-Semite. And of course, nobody wants that name. Nobody wants that title. But that's just the way it is. They weaponize that term and use it against anybody that criticizes their agenda. That is bullshit.
Political error that is hard to imagine that President Trump would have made it. But if I try to rerun the tape of how we got here, and I imagine that not only did President Trump have you in his ear, but he had Charlie in his ear, and you were both saying, hey, this doesn't make any sense. It's not a political win. It's terrible for the country, and here are a spectrum of downsides that could come from this that will have impacts for generations. I don't know what effect that would have had. But I do know, and I've been concerned about it, and I've been vocal about it for a very long time, that we had a policy unfolding under our collective banner as Americans, where we were toppling regimes across the Middle East, and Iran has been on that list from the beginning. We didn't get to Iran in the war on terror. Why? Because the quagmire in Iraq caused an analog for what used to be called Vietnam Syndrome, right? Vietnam Syndrome was the unwillingness of the American public to commit troops in foreign engagements after they were traumatized by the quagmire in Vietnam. George Bush Sr. famously proclaimed with glee that during the first Gulf War, which was a very easy war for us to win, that we had finally broken Vietnam Syndrome. I don't know if you remember that.
Very well.
So he said we had broken Vietnam Syndrome, and what that meant was we've got license to start making war again. Okay, a very ominous chapter in American history. The war on terror resulted in ill-conceived adventures in the Middle East that ended badly. Iraq was so bad, and so publicly so, that the public again was traumatized by the idea of these engagements. And what that did is it put Iran on hold. The neocons didn't give it up, but it went on the back burner. I feel, and I cannot say for sure, but I feel that something was watching, and it felt the clock ticking, and its opportunity to finally bring about this war, which I think Netanyahu said he's been dreaming of for 40 years.
He did say that.
So something wanted this war to happen, and there was the perception that the opportunity, the window was closing, so it had to be brought about quickly. Given how public Charlie was on this topic, I can't help but wonder. Now, obviously that will sound crazy to many people, that something would have even considered such a thing. But I will say that after Charlie was killed, Benjamin Netanyahu very quickly denied responsibility for it. I was shocked by this. It did not seem natural. Now, I'm not saying that that means that anything in that quadrant was responsible for the murder. All I know is that we didn't get a decent investigation. But I did feel, and maybe I hope you will tell me that I'm imagining this. I did feel that that denial by Netanyahu was effectively a Rorschach test, and maybe designed to be one. That I was supposed to feel alarmed by this, and a normal person was supposed to think, that is batshit crazy. He said they didn't do it. Obviously they didn't do it. So anyway, I'm not telling you that I see the evidence that somebody did it, but what I am telling you is we've just found ourselves in a war that Charlie would have been opposed to. We know that from his public and private statements, and that he would have been a formidable force in opposition. So what am I to think? Why? At least we should have an investigation that tells us for sure that we know who committed the crime and that there wasn't something larger about it. But look, now I've said unforgivable things. It's done.
I don't know why that's unforgivable. I mean, this is an American citizen, someone you knew, and you're not accusing anyone of anything. And I do think, leaving aside Charlie's murder and, the question of who did it, for a foreign leader to weigh in immediately and hog all the attention and make it all about himself and start issuing all these statements about how Charlie lived and died for Israel is totally unforgivable. I say this as his friend. I just think if someone did that to me after my death, I think my family would be outraged. It's not about you.
Right.
BB. So that was disgusting behavior from someone with a track record of disgusting behavior, but at the very least, we could say that's just wrong. That's not how you behave in the wake of a young man's murder. And I've never alleged, I don't even talk about this topic, and I'm not going to now, other than to say, I think everything you've said is entirely reasonable, and it's not an insult to the living.
Well,
to want to know what happened to the dead.
Yes, of course. And, let's put it this way. If we had a healthy public discussion in which we could air crazy ideas, dismiss them because they don't stand up logically, that would be fine. But we don't have that. And, well, you've been on a lonely mission to convince the president not to engage in war in Iran and to get him to back out as quickly as possible, declare victory, and go home. It hasn't gone well.
No, it's been a abject failure.
What do you think Charlie would have been doing if he had lived?
I think he'd be doing the same. Of course, if there's one topic I talk to him a lot about is this. And no, of course. And his motive was pure. I sincerely believe that. His only interest was in the United States. And he certainly wasn't opposed to Israel. He loved Israel. He often said that. He didn't love Bibi. That's for sure. Sorry. Anyone who claims otherwise is lying or doesn't know. But he did love Israel. And both as a biblical concept and as a current reality, he went there and liked it. But he was totally opposed to this work. He said that many times. And but I do think his murder and all that has happened subsequently, whether or not they're connected, I can't say, but they've had the cumulative effect of intimidating the hell out of everybody. No one wants to pipe up. And I was already all in. I've been against a war in Iran for 10 years and doing whatever in my limited power to persuade decision makers not to do it, because I don't think it's good for America. I'm not for Iran, okay? Like, stop. I just don't think it's good for the United States. And I've said that many, many times. And this time I found that no one else wanted to say that in public because the costs seem really high. And I'm not whining. I hope I don't come off as self-pitying, but that's just a fact. And so, I don't know. I think we need to re-engineer this whole thing when it's over, hopefully soon, to see how it happened. Like, how was a country of 350 million people hijacked by a determined minority of ideologues whose interest is not in that country? Like, how did that happen? And I don't think it's a matter of like stoking conspiracy theories against the Jews or anything like that. In fact, I don't want that at all. In fact, one of the reasons I want full disclosure is so everyone can settle down and stop muttering darkly. I don't like dark mutterings at all. I like sunlight, to quote Justice Brandeis. And so I hope we can do that. And I hope that there's not more deception and obfuscation and hiding of the facts, because like that just makes people hate each other.
Right. That's it. I want to find out that my darkest concerns are wrong in an open enough public conversation that it becomes apparent.
Or even if they're right, let's just get it over with. Like, get it over with.
Whatever
just admit
it is.
I mean, I went last week to an AA meeting. I don't go to AA meetings, but I don't drink, but I went with a really close friend of mine who does go a lot. And if you've never been, I know you're not an alcoholic, but you should play one for a weekend and go, because the freedom that comes from admitting your deepest sins, your most profound weaknesses, the true liberation that comes from that is like, it's like nothing else. There's no liberation like that. And the freedom of that. Yep, I did it.
Well, that's it. We need, there's so much burden from what we can't discuss.
Yes.
And don't know, that clearing the decks and getting it all in the open and, some kind of reset would be a wise thing for us.
Yes, this is like Christmas dinner at the Episcopalian house, where it's just like a lot of silence and unspoken grudges and everyone's mad, but no one will say so. It's like, what? That's not healthy.
I want to say one other thing about the unforgivable things that I've now said about Charlie Kirk and my concerns. I don't think it's logical to regard those concerns as preposterous if you also regard the stakes in Iran as existential for Israel. In other words, what will people do if they think their interests are all bound up in a policy that has to happen right now, and that people are standing in the way and therefore putting them in jeopardy of elimination.
Them and their children.
Right.
And their children's children and their nation. I mean, put yourself in the position of other people. Try to see the world through their eyes just for a second, and you can understand dynamics of it. People risk their lives to rob liquor stores.
Right. Right. And, you know, people will do anything to protect themselves and their children from a threat that they perceive.
Of course.
And my concern is that we are not allowed, somehow as Americans, we have lost our right to challenge the policy on its merits. It's, you know, you speak logically about the likely outcome of war in Iran, and the response that comes back is about your morality, right? That's a non sequitur. We can talk about two different things. What are our moral obligations, and what is the logical context in which we are being asked to participate in this? Those are both worthy conversations. But when you come back at me for my logical point about this military engagement with an accusation about my character, then something has gone awry. That's not how we behave, right? We have a right to air our grievances, and, you know, the marketplace of ideas can sort out which ones are right. And frankly, there's only one metric that really matters in the end. That's predictive power. Who is it who has deployed their model and said what they think is going to happen and has actually been insightful, right? In the end, in science, in politics, that's the way you know who knows what's going on, is somebody who says something that has some relationship to what actually occurs.
And I think the opposite is also true. People with a long track record of failure shouldn't be consulted as experts.
Right.
If you've been married 8 times, I'm not going to marriage counseling with you.
100%. If you have a record of failure, then we should ignore you. And it doesn't matter what degree you have or what office you hold, you're not a credible source. I guess I would also, I'm feeling a little defensive about this because...
about the Charlie Kirk thing? Or?
Well, yeah, about all of it, really. About the fact that, you know, my character is in question by virtue of beliefs that I think I've arrived at honestly, but others will imagine something else. But I will also point out there's something...
I'm obviously too close to this. I should say we're the same age from the same part of the country. We grew up in the same world, despite differences. Your family was Jewish and atheist. Mine was agnostic and Christian, but whatever. We grew up in the same world. And so what you're saying to me is so self-evidently true and reasonable and moderate and sensible and logical and impressive, and like, this is how we should think, that I can't even conceive of how you could be attacked for saying anything you've said. And that's not flattery. I'm being sincere.
No,
I agree with every word you've said. So
I get it.
Yeah.
In a normal world, it would be fine. But we don't live in a normal world. And in fact, we live in a world in which you have been painted as a bigot in order that your opinion that what I just said is normal doesn't register. So that's what I'm concerned about.
But on the merits of it, how could anything you just said, I'm not even defending myself, I'm defending you, like, how could that be construed as unreasonable, crazy, hateful? Like, I just don't see anyone who listened to the last hour could come away like, man, Bret Weinstein, that guy, nutcase, hater.
Oh, well, if you think that's not coming back, man, you're watching a different movie.
That's an indictment on the people who make those claims.
Oh, it certainly should be in a fair fight. But let me also just point out, we're dealing with what appears to me to be a holy war being waged by secularists, which is confusing. But there's an awful lot of symbolism, some of it utterly deliberate, in the prosecution of this war, in the whole context, right? The symbolism is important. And there's another feature that doesn't have to do with Charlie that strikes me as in the same vein. The golden pager that was given to President Trump strikes me as another Rorschach test, just like Bibi's statement after Charlie Kirk's murder.
I have been saying this since the very, very beginning. The golden pager that Netanyahu gave to President Trump was a threat. It was not a gift. It was a threat. Just like the Israeli pagers that were used to go after these Houthi and Hezbollah leaders were in circulation for 10 years. And they blew up simultaneously, all at once, taking out almost every target that they intended on taking out. Now, if you are the president of the United States and the country that just pulled off that massive attack, a very specialized attack, and the president of that nation gives you a golden version of that pager, would you take that as a gift? Or would you read between the lines and see it for what it is and see that it's a threat? Because if it were me and that were given to me, I would feel like that was a threat to me. I don't know how you would feel. Everybody would probably feel a little bit different. Let me know in the comments. But yeah, I would definitely feel like they were threatening me. And I think they were threatening Trump.
I mean, obviously, the pager operation is no joke. I understand the predicament that Israel is in, and I don't underrate the danger of being in the neighborhood that Israel is in, the danger of the dynamics of the region being about lineage versus lineage violence, and therefore I can have my, high-minded Western view of their predicament, but I don't understand what it is like to live under threat from people who truly want it.
Yeah, Hezbollah is, determined to crush Israel. That's a fact.
Right. So I get it, and
yep.
I don't think I think I'm an adult when it comes to understanding what one has to do to survive under such circumstances. On the other hand, what am I to make of the fact that you have these exploding pagers used to kill terrorists? Obviously, that's not the only people who were killed, but nonetheless, that was their purpose. And then one is delivered to Trump. You can read it in two totally different ways, right? The normal way to read it is that this was maybe a tasteless celebration of a successful operation and yada, yada, yada. On the other hand,
I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that it was a celebration of any sorts. There is no evidence of that or evidence supporting that. Yeah, so.
It can obviously be read as a threat. And it's hard for me to imagine. I can imagine the meeting in which somebody says, hey, maybe we should send President Trump a golden pager after our successful operation, somebody should immediately shoot that idea down and say, no, we can't do that because it could be read in another way, right? So anyway, as we are struggling to understand what is taking place in our country, why...
I think it was received that way, too.
You do?
I do.
Well, you're not making me feel better.
I mean, come on now. Come on
right.
now. You know, yeah. What was that? I totally agree. I thought that at the time.
And then to have Netanyahu, I broke my rule, incidentally. I don't call him Bibi, and I did earlier. Sorry. Netanyahu then later delivers a speech in a totally separate context, of course, could mean nothing, where he's bragging that every cell phone of everybody in the room has Israeli technology in it. Whoa. That makes you think. You know, and mind you, I'm not telling you that there's a threat there or a technology to be carried out. What I'm telling you is that feels like it is designed to divide us, where some of us will hear that in one way and others will hear it in a different way, and we will become ununderstandable to each other.
Let's just depoliticize it for a second and certainly deracialize it, which, you know, that's the core sin, is conflating global Jewry with the state of Israel or Bibi Netanyahu. It's like just insane. I will never accept that. It's not true. Obviously, you're living proof it's not true. But just take all of that away. Here you have a guy who brags about fighting a 7-front war. So I don't think it's ever happened in history. Has any country ever fought a 7-front war, whatever that is? It's one of the most violent people in the world. So any allusion to violence has to be taken seriously, including gifts of pagers. I don't know. It's like you need to experience the world on a literal level first before you start like, what is that?
Yeah.
How about a basket of olives or some dates, which are some of the best in the world? Israel produces amazing dates, I can say firsthand, and a lot of other things. But why a pager?
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of the, I don't know who said it first, but, you know, a gentleman is someone who is never rude by accident, right? Yeah. This strikes me as messages. We are talking about sophisticated people who are sending ambiguous messages, of course, with a dark interpretation. And, you know, the more generous interpretation is that, okay, there's some leverage in people feeling uncertain, and, you know, maybe that's what it was. But in a world where people are, in their own minds, fending off existential threats by shaping policy, I don't know that anything's off the table. We're talking about people who, day in and day out, whether we're talking about Netanyahu or the Mossad or the IDF, we're talking about people who think in terms of who needs to die for us to persist. And the only question is, who's off the table for such considerations? That's what I want to know. Some of us should be. I'm an American. I don't owe any allegiance to Benjamin Netanyahu. He can think what he wants. He's perfectly free to say what he wants. But I have a right to speak my mind, crazy or not. As an American, that is actually my right. And I don't want to have to feel jeopardy over doing it. And I do feel jeopardy because I think the world we live in is one where people are removed who cannot be silenced.
I hope that when our generation dies, we're not the last generation to have the assumptions that you have, which are the most American of all assumptions. And I hope that if you're attacked for doing this interview, you will not call me to defend you, because that'll just make it worse. But I'm grateful you did it. Thank you, Bret. Thank you very much.
All right. Can I ask a favor before we go?
Anything.
Okay. We did a discussion before this one for Dark Horse. I wouldn't ordinarily deliver a plug, but I actually
hope you will. I'm proud of that conversation.
Yeah, I am too. And I'm hoping that even people, maybe especially people who disagree with us, will go listen to it with an open mind. I think it's a good quality conversation, and you will at least get insight into how honest brokers arrive at a very different conclusion than maybe you have. I hope people inside of Israel will watch it. And anyway, I think it's also probably protective if you'll watch it and sign up for the channel. It makes it harder to ignore.
Amen. Thank you. I hope people will also.
Thank you, Tucker.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be back, well, next Wednesday, live. See you then.
What really happens when you post on Instagram? Are you just posting and hoping for the best? Sure, you wouldn't mind more engagement, but deep down, you want to turn those likes and comments into real income. ManyChat helps you do just that, with simple automations that turn attention into action.
Hey, ManyChat, if someone mentions my blue dress in their comments, send them this affiliate link.
It helps you grow your following.
Hey, ManyChat, if someone wants an event ticket, make sure they follow me first.
It also helps you move faster, with automatic replies and smarter workflows.
Hey, ManyChat, if anyone asks if shipping is free, say yes, but it's only today.
Bottom line, ManyChat is like hiring a 24/7 social media team that earns for you, grows your following, and saves you a ton of time. Think all this is expensive? Think again. You can get started with ManyChat for free.
Take this time to welcome you to the stream. My name is Ricky. This is America First, FTR. Originally, I was gonna go with fuck the rest or forget the rest. After I've realized how much our entire political class has been captured, and we are no longer a functioning sovereign nation. On paper we are, but we factually are not. And after Charlie got killed, and the administration decided to be complicit in covering it up, I was done with MAGA after 3 years. I was completely done. Charlie is the reason that Trump got elected. He knocked on thousands of doors in Pennsylvania. He spent a few months there just campaigning for Trump. And he was the loudest voice against a protracted conflict against Iran. And conveniently, Charlie's not here to use his voice to speak out against this war. So I'm gonna use mine, and hopefully my voice reaches enough people to make some kind of difference. Maybe just enough people to wake a couple people up to the reality of what's actually going on. I care about the information I present you guys. I will never willingly guide or mislead you down a false rabbit hole. I'm one of those people that all truth dies in the light, and all deception strives in the darkness. And I truly believe that. I don't know if the war going on right now is the war of Armageddon that's described in the Bible. I don't know. But these Zionist church leaders are doing their best to accelerate the process. I think they should just left the process.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Let me get back into the stream here. Here we go. Alright. So, now we are gonna go into some of Breaking Point's coverage of things happening in Washington. How the Washington elites are handling it, and check out their reporting. I used to be fans of them, but not anymore. But there is still some good reporting that gets put out by them, so we will watch this.
Did you know editing podcasts with Riverside feels so satisfying? Edit your podcast.
Turning now to a very strange incident, which we have to keep you all updated. So there's this big piece of news from ABC that broke yesterday. Let's put it up here on the screen. What do we have? We have the FBI is warned that Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for the war. The warning came in a bulletin that was sent to police departments in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. We recently acquired information. As of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Obviously, a lot of hackles were raised at that one. What exactly is going on here? Is it a way to try and inspire fear in the American public in order to try and support some of what's going on right now with the war? And local police and others, including those briefed on the matter. Let's put F3, please, up on the screen. LAPD sources, this is from Fox News, by the way, just to show you how little credence that even these people are giving it. They say, I've talked to today, say there is not a known credible drone threat, and this may fall under the general death to America umbrella. So not really something that was worth, I think, a full-blown bulletin to the LAPD. Let's think about logistics here, Crystal. So the current range, I believe, of the drone would make it so that, what is it, like 3 to 4 times anything that is even in their theoretical maximal range for their longest range drone that they may have. They would have to put it on a unmanned aircraft carrier, which would have to sail thousands of nautical miles to off the coast of California, so via, across various different sea channels and other things which are highly monitored. And then it would have to take off from said aircraft carrier, unmanned carrier, allegedly, and then come and hit a site in California.
This is complete bullshit. There are plenty of videos on YouTube. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's get out of there. Okay. Just go here. YouTube. Drone shipping container. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna play this video. This is how the war in Russia and Ukraine has been evolving. These ships, notice how these ships have shipping containers on them. And these shipping containers are designed to be launch platforms for unmanned drones that have
low yield explosives on them. So to say that this is outside the reach of Iranian capability is total bullshit. Total bullshit.
This year, we opened
we're
2
gonna
new
watch
restaurants
this,
while
and
running
we're gonna
how many?
educate people
5 others.
on
5 other
what the
restaurants.
capabilities
So we
really
turned
are.
upward.
Ukrainian engineers designed a clever drone launching system disguised as ordinary wooden cabins mounted on the backs of cargo trucks. These mobile containers looked like simple rural sheds, but inside they held reinforced structures, hidden launch platforms, battery charging stations, and remote-controlled roof mechanisms. The design allowed for drones to be launched either vertically or at an angle, depending on their type, while built-in signal shielding helped them avoid early detection by Russian surveillance. Once these mobile silos were ready, Ukrainian intelligence operatives, possibly with help from local sympathizers, moved them deep into Russian territory. The trucks were quietly driven to pre-selected sites near key air bases, parked in places like forests, farms, or industrial areas where they blended into the landscape. They remained dormant for days or even weeks, with drones preloaded, charged, and waiting for the command to strike. When the time came, encrypted activation signals were sent remotely. The roofs of the containers slid open and the drones lifted off, some vertically, others using ramps or compressed air launch systems for a silent start. Because the launch sites were positioned just a few kilometers around 2 miles from their targets, the drones were able to reach their objectives quickly, leaving little time for Russian defenses to react. Operators guided them in real time using live video feeds, steering the drones with precision toward parked aircraft, fuel depots, and radar installations. Many of the drones carried high explosive or shape-charged warheads designed to pierce aircraft fuselages or ignite fuel stores. Some exploded on impact, while others used delayed fuses to cause maximum damage after reaching their targets. The operation was more than just a tactical win. It highlighted the growing sophistication of drone warfare and Ukraine's ability to strike deep inside Russian territory. In total, 117 drones were launched in a highly coordinated attack that hit at least 5 major air bases. Among the targets were strategic bombers, including aircraft Russia no longer manufactures, making their loss even more significant. These are the area where Ukraine struck 34% of Russia's strategic bomber fleet. Ukraine targeted strategic nuclear bombers at the Belaya Air Base in Siberia. Other key military installations also came under attack, including the Ivanovo Air Base northeast of Moscow and the Dyagilevo Air Base south of the capital. A massive explosion rocked the Arctic city of Severomorsk, home to Russia's largest fleet of nuclear submarines. Ukraine also struck the Olenya Guba naval base in the Murmansk region. Reaching as far as Siberia, the operation inflicted serious damage, reportedly destroying or disabling a significant portion of Russia's strategic bomber fleet. The strike marked a turning point, not only in the conflict itself, but in the evolution of drone warfare on the modern battlefield. Among the high-priority targets were the Tu-95 and Tu-22 strategic bombers, aircraft frequently used by Russia to launch cruise missile attacks deep into Ukrainian territory. The A-50 airborne early warning and control aircraft, vital for coordinating Russian air operations and detecting incoming threats, were also targeted. According to Ukrainian sources, the impact of the strike was substantial. More than 40 aircraft were reportedly hit. While some were completely destroyed in the explosions, others suffered significant damage, rendering them inoperable for extended periods. There are reports suggesting that Ukraine may have been using fiber optic control systems, which are immune to electronic warfare jamming. At the front of the drone is a camera with an RPG warhead positioned just below it. The warhead is flanked by 2 batteries located here and 4 propellers. However, the drone has a downside. The added weight with the fiber optic reduces its flight time to just 15 to 20 minutes, and its range is limited to only 1 mile or less. This when compared to a standard drone without fiber optic, it travels more than 5 miles, which translates to around 10 kilometers. To understand how Ukraine launched these FPV drones, let's take a look at how they are made. First, we have the carbon fiber frame, which provides a lightweight yet strong structure. The frame is designed to withstand the stresses of high-speed flight and collisions. Next, you'll notice the 4 propellers, each connected to its corresponding motor. These propellers are strategically designed with opposite angles to ensure smooth and balanced flight. This counter rotation helps the drone maintain stability and agility during flight. All of this advanced technology requires a central processor, or what can be considered the brain of the drone. This role is played by the thin motherboard placed here. As you can see, these are not covered, which helps in reducing weight. It manages all the flight operations, processes data from sensors, and translates commands from the remote control into action. Moving to the back of the drone, we find the cables that connect the motherboard to the power supply, which is provided by the battery. The battery is one of the heaviest components of the drone due to its energy density. Depending on its size and capacity, the battery can power the drone for anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes. Next, let's move to the propeller. Motors also need power and precise instructions to function correctly. They are connected through a series of cables located here. Both supply power and transmit control signals from the flight controller. These cables are exposed to minimize weight, ensuring the drone remains as light and efficient as possible. At the front of the drone, you'll find a camera that is connected to both the motherboard and the radio receiver, allowing it to transmit live video footage back to the pilot. This setup enables the pilot to see exactly where the drone is flying in real time, providing crucial visual information for navigation and target acquisition. However, modern warfare has introduced new challenges. For instance, Russian forces are increasingly utilizing electronic warfare systems. These systems work by jamming the radio signals between the drone and its pilot, effectively disrupting communication and control. When this happens, the pilot loses the ability to see and control the drone, which can lead to mission failure. To counter these tactics, the Ukrainians have developed an effective solution, deploying an additional drone to act as a signal enhancer. This secondary drone strengthens the connection between the primary drone and the pilot, ensuring a stable link even in the presence of
So I'm just I'm gonna keep playing this while I'm sharing the link with all my Facebook groups, but I want you to know that the threat is very real. The Iranian drones can go hundreds of miles. The way they are designed is they have an initial booster stage, which is like a little mini rocket, and then once it gets up to altitude and speed, the propellers turn on, which are battery powered, and since it's already up to speed, all they need to do is maintain altitude, maintain speed, and give slight course corrections. This is well within Iran's capabilities. Now, do they take the step to attack America on their own shores, knowing what the repercussions are going to be for that? I say no, they don't. I think they know it would be in their best interest to not attack Americans on American soil. On the flip side, the chances of a false flag attack right now are through the roof. The support for this war is non-existent. It's less than 1 in 4. It's probably much lower than that. That's giving the Trump administration some slight grace. So yeah, we have no public support for this war, and I said it earlier in the stream. The only time I have seen our country unite and be America and Americans was directly after 9/11. Directly after 9/11, there was no difference between us, We were all Americans and we were all fighting against the same cause. Now, how long that lasted is debatable. But the feeling was there. And the feeling was there for a while. And the scary thing right now is this is the kind of thing necessary to gain support for this war and this conflict. The quickest way to get America on board is to have us attacked on our own land. Now, again, I want you guys to think about something. The drone incursions over the military bases in New Jersey, the drones that were coming out of the water that were being filmed by state troopers. I live up here. I know there was a lot of fake stuff going around, but there are real videos filmed by people that I know of objects coming out of the water, so it seems, and making a couple-mile journey from where they took off from over to land. Now, if you take that and you compare it to the rumblings of a possible drone attack, they kind of coincide, because we never got an explanation as to what it was and why they were doing it and what it was testing for and who it was. Well, if they needed to get a little bit of a dress rehearsal for a drone attack to blame on a foreign power, that would be the perfect cover to do it, right? So, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying the chances for a false flag are extremely high right now, because these are the exact moments in American history where they are needed to gain public support for wars that are drastically not popular. This administration is getting slaughtered in the midterm polling, despite what the MAGA cultists may lead you to believe. The Republican Party is split between the MAGA coalition of Israel and Zionist Firsts and the America First coalition of Americans that are tired of sending our brothers, sisters, daughters, friends, aunts, uncle, family to die for foreign wars and other countries' agendas, sending billions and billions of dollars to these countries where we gain no benefit from it. This is how they're going to do it. This is how they're going to do it. So, remember that old saying, if you see something, say something? Well, if you see something, say something. Because I know I'm not the only influencer that has this inkling and feeling that something's coming. But I feel like something's coming. And it's going to be something to be big enough to shift the perspective of the American population from being anti-war to being pro-war. And the only thing I could see doing that is another 9/11 event taking American lives on American soils and and Americans feeling like they are no longer safe in their own country. At that point, the masses will change their perspective and they will start beating the war drums themselves. And that's exactly what this administration needs. And man, when I voted for Trump, I never in my life thought that would be a possibility that they would do something like this. But I 100% believe this is a possibility. I believe it is well within our capabilities to do it. I believe it is well within Iran's capabilities to do it. I believe it's well in the capabilities to make it look like Iran did it. All of these things are possible. And I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen. But I'm saying the chances are very high right now of something like this or something similar happening on U.S. soil to American citizens. So I would pay attention to your surroundings. I would avoid mass gatherings. I would... you know what, man? I don't know what else to tell anybody to do because we don't really know what we're preparing for. We're preparing for a feeling that a lot of us have deep inside that something is about to go south. And it's about to go south here. And it's going to affect a lot of American lives. So, if you see something, say something. Don't feel like an idiot. Because any kind of information could fuck up whatever plans they may be cooking up. So, I'm going to go back to this video real quick. Continue sharing my links to get people into the live stream, and then we'll go back to the coverage.
Electronic interference. By boosting the signal, this method helps to neutralize the impact of the enemy's electronic warfare units. With this enhanced connection, the pilot regains control and can continue to maneuver the drone toward its designated target, maintaining operational effectiveness despite the enemy's attempts to jam communications. Finally, we have the warhead located here at the bottom. This particular weapon is an RPG or in full-form rocket-propelled grenade. If we take a closer look inside, we can find the piezoelectric trigger. This trigger mechanism is housed within the RPG warhead and features an air-filled cavity with a conical liner.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be right
in my
back.
office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care.
just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact?
Is the SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, and Student Loan Interest. File now.
Sorry, guys. I'm just...
However, this trigger might not function as intended if the drone is moving too slowly or if it strikes a solid mass, like a tank not in full force. In such cases, the piezoelectric trigger may fail to activate. To address this, an additional trigger mechanism has been installed at the front of the warhead to ensure it detonates on impact either manually by the operator. Let's examine this warhead more closely. At the front, you'll find the piezoelectric trigger. The piezoelectric trigger is a device that generates a voltage when subjected to deformation, exploiting the piezoelectric effect. Its purpose is to measure changes in pressure, acceleration, temperature, strain, or force by converting these changes into an electrical charge. Just behind it, there is an air-filled cavity and a conical liner. This explosive is intentionally inverted, and this configuration is designed to create a high-velocity jet of heat. This jet is meant to penetrate lightly armored vehicles or in some cases can even damage a main battle tank. Once the booster propels the rocket out of the tube, the fins on the rocket open up to stabilize its flight path for its intended target. Remember the warhead or grenade we talked about earlier? This is how it works. It first hits the piezoelectric trigger, which activates the detonator. The warhead, along with this conical liner, converges to create a jet of steel and heat ready to penetrate a steel armor plate or vehicle. The drone can also be equipped with different types of ammunition. One option is the shotgun effect, where the blast scatters shrapnel over a wide area, increasing the chances of hitting enemy soldiers. This mechanism can be manually triggered by the operator, allowing for greater control and creating a more significant impact on the battlefield. The reason Ukraine took out these strategic nuclear bombers because they have been wreaking havoc. Let's take a look at how they might work. The three planes can work together as nuclear and attack aircraft. In Stage 1, the Tu-22M can sweep in and target enemies using Kh-22 or 32 long-range supersonic anti-shipping cruise missiles or the Kinzhal, specifically designed to engage U.S. Navy supercarriers. Meanwhile, the Tupolev Tu-95 can be positioned as a command and control center, while also striking less defended infrastructures like the usual communication towers. This slows down the enemy response in the battlefield. Finally, the Tu-160 Blackjack, also known as the White Swan, would launch cruise missiles once in range. These missiles would travel low and slow under enemy radar to reach their targets. This tactic is typical for all bombers in a nuclear war scenario. The Tu-160 can open its weapon bay doors and release nuclear cruise missiles one after another. These cruise missiles deploy their wings when dropped, and it can fly towards their targets, creating a nuclear explosion upon impact. However, the aftermath of such an attack can cause a nuclear fallout. When a nuclear weapon detonates, dust mixed with radioactive fission products are drawn into the detonation's radius, even spreading towards the attacker's own country and people. This nuclear dust can spread all through Europe, Russia, China, and even the rest of Asia if this happens to explode mid-air. This creates a situation where nobody wins, as it affects a lot of people, including those who initiated the attack. Do check out our original animated video on anti-aircraft gun like the M2 Browning, how to fire at an enemy aircraft, and the Zu-23 and how to operate them. So stay subscribed to not miss a beat.
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you've told your boss how to do the same thing more than once. Thought so. That's why there's Scribe. Go to scribehow.com. Click Capture. Do the task.
Breaking Point's had on today, because Breaking Point's had an interesting.
Turning now to a very strange incident, which we have to keep you all updated. So there's this big piece of news from ABC that broke yesterday. Let's put it up here on the screen. What do we have? We have the FBI is warned that Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for the war. The warning came in a bulletin that was sent to police departments in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. We recently acquired information. As of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the U.S. homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. Obviously, a lot of hackles were raised at that one. What exactly is going on here? Is it a way to try and inspire fear in the American public in order to try and support some of what's going on right now with the war? And local police and others, including those briefed on the matter. Let's put F3, please, up on the screen. LAPD sources, this is from Fox News, by the way, just to show you how little credence that even these people are giving it. They say, I've talked to today, say there is not a known credible drone threat, and this may fall under the general death to America umbrella. So not really something that was worth, I think, a full-blown bulletin to the LAPD. Let's think about logistics here, Crystal. So the current range, I believe, of the drone would make it so that, what is it, like 3 to 4 times anything that is even in their theoretical maximal range for their longest range drone that they may have. They would have to put it on a unmanned aircraft carrier, which would have to sail thousands of nautical miles to off the coast of California, so via, across various different sea channels and other things which are highly monitored. And then it would have to take off from said aircraft carrier, unmanned carrier, allegedly, and then come and hit a site in California. Just personally a little skeptical of that.
Yeah, I would say so. There was another uncorroborated report, they say, from 2025 that suggested unidentified Mexican cartel leaders had authorized attacks using drones carrying explosives against U.S. law enforcement. They said this type of attack against U.S. personnel or interest inside the U.S. would be unprecedented, but exemplifies a plausible scenario, although cartels typically avoid actions that would result in unwanted attention or responses from U.S. authorities. Again, think of how nonsensical this is. You think the Mexican cartels want to start a war? Like, you think that's going to go well with them? You think that's an intelligent scenario? So they're clearly trying to gin up all of what could unfold. And they've got the sequencing all wrong here, Soccer. You got to manufacture the consent before the war starts. You got to do the false flag before you get into this thing. You got to generate all the fear and the anxiety and the, oh my God, they're like terrible people who are coming to attack California. You got to do that before you launch the war, guys, because now it just reads as like, okay, well, if there's all this risk, why are you doing this? Why are you creating more risk? How is this creating any sort of like sense of safety for the American people? No, instead, what you're doing with these, fake bulletins is establishing that what you have done in the Middle East is just creating actually more risk and more danger for Americans here and abroad. I mean, I don't put any stock. There's all this like Iranian sleeper cell conversation now too. I don't put any stock in that as well either. But it is true that we are making a lot of people around the world absolutely hate our guts. We just murdered 168 school children. How do you think that, their parents feel about us now? How do you think that their siblings who are going to...
Okay, very simply. The 4 years of the Biden administration, the low number for undocumented border crossings is 20 million. And it is verifiably proven that there have been a number of, especially Chinese military-aged men, but also Iranian, Afghanistan, Pakistani. The chances of there being a sleeper cell threat in the United States is very real, and that is because our borders were open for 4 years, and anybody that wanted to cross could get across, and the whole world knew that because it was
on TV everywhere. So the chances of there being a sleeper cell threat in the United States, unfortunately, right now is pretty decent. We let a lot of people across, and even if it's not a sleeper cell, even if it's like a lone wolf attack, somebody that has been radicalized by the cause of Islam or Palestine, whatever. That is also a very big possibility. There's a very big possibility of lone wolf attacks. I believe we saw a couple of them today. I don't have any information pulled up about them, so I don't want to misinform anybody, but I believe there were a couple of them today. So those are the chances of those have drastically risen, and the way those work is once one person sees somebody do it, they get the motivation to do it, and it's a kind of a chain reaction, and the more that happen, the more people get motivated, and it's self-perpetuating feedback loop. So that is a major threat right now. And the false flag attack is 100% a threat right now. The polling needs it. The support for the war needs it. Trump needs it. And I never thought that I never thought that I would say that this administration or him would be capable of such a thing. But at this point, I do believe they would be capable of conducting some kind of operation here on United States soil against American citizens to unite the American public against a common enemy of Iran. So I'm going to go back to what I was saying. If you see something, say something. That is a good thought to have in the back of your mind. No matter what it is, if it seems out of place, if something doesn't seem right, if your spidey senses are going off, something smells fishy, say something. Don't keep your mouth shut. You very well could be saving lives. So please just don't feel like a nut for calling and reporting something. Because the way you'll feel afterwards if you didn't report it and something happens, I can't imagine what that would feel like. I'd rather feel like a nut for calling and reporting something that doesn't happen than having the chance to call and talking myself out of it, and then American lives being lost because I didn't pick up the phone. So, if you see something, say something. Please.
Going to grow up. How do you think they're going to feel about us now? How do you think all of the orphans in Gaza, or the children who are amputees now, largest amputee population in the world in Gaza, how do you think that they feel about us? So yes, we are creating more danger for our own population and our own service members and our own assets in the region. Do I believe this particular story about drone striking LA? Absolutely not. And one other thing to keep in mind here is, what we've seen from Iran in terms of their attacks on any sort of U.S. personnel or bases in the region, it has always been we or Israel attack them first. We have not seen them, trying to come over here and drone strike us. We have not seen them out of the blue attacking our assets in the region either. It has always been in retaliation for something that we started. So it does not fit their pattern of behavior whatsoever. And of course, we already have law enforcement officials who are like, this is ridiculous.
The drone thing, I'm not worried about. The sleeper cell thing, I'll put it to you this way. Do I think that there are intentionally designed terror sleeper cells? We didn't see any of that usually during the global war on terror. Although there were a few, like Al-Qaeda plots. You couldn't really call it sleeper cell. It would be an Al-Qaeda cell, right? Like people who were inspired, there would be like a small set of teams. You have the London attacks that happened in 2005. You had some of the Times Square plot, some of these other things that happened here in the United States. That's very unlikely. But what did we see a lot of? San Bernardino, a lot of these, what are they like? These so-called
lone wolf inspired by
attack.
blah, blah,
I'm
blah.
actually pretty worried about that.
Yeah, that could definitely happen.
I mean, listen, we have tens of millions of people here illegally. We have no idea who most of these people are. We have no registry or any of that, not to mention a massive Muslim population. It's like, yeah, that's scary. And it couldn't even just be them. It could also be, who knows, far-left anarchists, far-right people. Like, you have no clue.
You also have an FBI that's very interested in creating false, ginning up terror, radicalizing people themselves, and then setting them off and, so that they can disrupt. Oh my God, we disrupted the terror attack. But no, listen, undocumented immigrants, that's one thing, but you also have plenty of Americans who are going to be disgusted and radicalized by what's going on, who, are looking at the atrocities abroad. And so it's a very volatile mix. Obviously, we're a population that is chock full of guns and weapons and very violent society to begin with. We were just talking about the fact that a bunch of these white South Africans that came over here are going back home because they find our society to be too violent, dangerous, and chaotic.
They're right.
So, that is the landscape. And then you add on top of that this disgusting, illegal war of choice where innocent civilians are being slaughtered. And we can see, not only the schoolgirls, we see what happened in Tehran when the Israelis reportedly bombed this oil depot, and you had, a massive ecological disaster, acid rain raining down from the sky, health effects that we can only, scarcely imagine what the reverberations of that have been. Many civilians have been killed. And it creates more risk for us is the bottom line.
Yes.
But this particular thing, total and complete bullshit.
Yeah,
So
I think this one's.
don't worry about that one.
As I said, I'm really not worried about some state-sponsored attack. I think that some sort of blowback style attack that could happen here by the way, I mentioned all these illegal. What about all these Iranians who are currently living here? We got how many massive Iranian populations? Polling, which you've seen, Crystal, if you watch the media, you would think 90% of American Iranians are for the war. Not true. More recent poll just came out. They're 50-50 on it. So like you just said, maybe there's some guy who's got some family over there. They get killed in a street. You could see it happening. Are we excusing it? No, we're just living in reality. Hope that there's no violence. But having lived through the entire global war on terror and seen some of these attacks all happen in real time, you really have to be careful, which is why it's a better idea to just not get involved in the war in the first place. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate it. We'll have a great Friday show for everybody tomorrow. We'll see you all then. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high-quality video and audio from practically anywhere in the world. When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect for beginners. Even if you have zero experience, you can use their AI tools and intuitive editing features to create a professional-looking result. You can get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit like a doc, or you can use the chapter timeline feature, which makes it way easier just to skim and scan. Ready to share? Well, it's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everybody starts somewhere, and Riverside has perfect tools to help you grow your audience, like live streaming if you're into that, or you can use their AI tools to create automated short clips that you can post on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok to increase your engagement. Your podcast really is just one click away with Riverside. Just bring your idea, we'll do the rest. Try it now, it's free.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG, and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 4 million barrels, and we're just getting started. We hope to see you at our brief webinar. In less than 1 hour, you will learn more about our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and the U.S. oil and gas sector. These Regulation D 506E bond offerings are open to accredited investors. Our team will guide you through the details of how to get started. Sign up for the webinar and start your journey with Phoenix Energy today.
Are you sleeping on? Oh, I keep going in and out. I'm trying not to. Yeah, I keep trying not to. Okay, I got it, Mom. I got it. I got it. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. We're gonna go back to breaking points here, and
So, guys, we're getting some new video out of Israel showing a significant Hezbollah attack on northern Israel. Can put these images up on the screen. These are fairly extraordinary. Of course, it's pretty rare to get any sort of video out of Israel because they have severe censorship. And you can see the significance of this attack. I mean, some of these are being intercepted, and some of them are clearly striking targets in the area. You know, this after the idea that had been projected, and I think that the Israelis maybe even believed that Hezbollah had been severely degraded after their top leadership had been taken out after the infamous beeper attack. And yet clearly here they are able to fully join this war in a way that is, you know, fairly sophisticated. And at the same time, it appears that the Iron Dome is failing to intercept a sizable number of the missiles at this point that are being fired towards Israel. We can put this next one up on the screen. This is pretty extraordinary. This reporter says that the Iron Dome could not stop about half of the 100 rockets that Hezbollah launched at Israel just a few hours ago. We can also put E3 up on the screen. Haaretz has some reporting about the quote-unquote hole in Israel's early warning system, and its missile defense batteries are at risk as well. And so basically what this article lays out in detail is that when you have these missile defense systems, they also have to be protected. And so that has created tremendous vulnerability. And obviously, Sagar, it has been a strategy of Iran to target these defense systems, and they've been pretty effective, at least at our batteries in the region, in, you know, effectuating that target. That's why we had to pull the THAAD battery system from South Korea and bring it over, because some of the damage that had been incurred. And so their strategy was to take out those capabilities or degrade those capabilities early. And then that would enable them to be able to strike stronger blows using, you know, fewer rockets, missiles, and drones, et cetera. And based on what we can see in terms of the degrading capability of the rocket interception here from the Iron Dome, that strategy seems to be working fairly successfully.
Let's put E4 just to give you an example. This is from the Jerusalem Post. So again, everything we're showing you is from Israeli media. After 11 days of fighting, Israel has received 9,000 missile damage claims, 6,500 buildings, 1,044 contents and equipment, 1,485 vehicles. So that is just the private claims now so far. That does not factor in the Hezbollah attack that just happened yesterday. Keep in mind also that this now means an opening of the front with Lebanon. Let's put E5 up there on the screen. I can talk a little bit over it. These are some of the strikes that were happening all across Lebanon in immediate retaliation. Immediate reports out of Israel, at least some, said that only about 50% or so of those rockets were even intercepted by the Iron Dome. Combine that with what Crystal just talked about in terms of the holes in the targeting system. So they are now being struck in a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and by Iran. Also, the fact is that clearly Hezbollah has much more strength than they let on. Remember the pager attack and the war and often bombing that they had launched. Now, what this shows is not only their strength, but the retaliation that Israel is now going for. And already they're basically doing the Israeli playbook, floating ethnic cleansing. It's right there on the, it's on the books.
Yeah, let's put E6 up on the screen. This is Amit Segal, who is a regime propagandist in Israel, closely tied to the government. And what he is saying is, quote, what needs to be done in Lebanon is very simple. Advance to Litani River and announce we will not leave until Hezbollah is disarmed. But this time, unlike the old security zone, not a single resident returns, aka ethnic cleansing. And at the same time, a severe and devastating strike on Dahia. So this is the, what is being floated, and very much, part of the greater Israel project. This would be, accomplishing some of their additional goals. I think Sagar made the point earlier, part of why we're getting that video out of Israel's being allowed out of the rocket attacks from Hezbollah is to try to justify exactly this type of military incursion and take over. And ultimately, what's being floated here is an ethnic cleansing, removing all of the existing residents and not allowing them to return, and de facto taking over more territory in the region. That is what they're trying to use this war as cover to do. So, they're taking damage, but they're also using the opportunity in an attempt to further some of their greater regional goals.
Yeah, exactly. And you actually literally, as we were taping, I can read the latest from Amit Segal and the IDF. The IDF spokesperson has now directed all residents of southern Lebanon to move beyond a border checkpoint, which is a river inside southern Lebanon. So, I mean, I don't know what the population is, probably a lot, right? And basically a evacuation order, aka a Gaza level 1. And as he floated there, we're going to tell him to leave and that you're never going to come back until we dismantle all of Hezbollah. And actually that's basically an impossible task. And so that will mean that we'll just get to take over and annex, de facto annex, in another part of another country. And this is all happening under our auspices. It also shows you, this is something Professor Pape talked about their actual security interests. Now they're fighting a war with Iran. Now they're fighting a war with Hezbollah. They're fighting a war, or they technically have annexed like parts of Syria. They're literally on a 7-front war. What is the 8th front? It's the United States, the propaganda war against people like us. You are watching them expand in territory at this very moment. But also, they can't do any of this without the explicit backing of the United States. And you already see holes in their military interceptors. And the longer this goes on, leads you to what Professor Pape talked about, the escalation trap. And what they may not have interceptors, but what do they have? Nuclear weapons. They have ground forces, which can invade Lebanon. They can pressure the United States to continue going and, all in with our entire military. That's the really scary part about watching this happen.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely the case. And I mean, with regard to Israel, right, the whole raison d'etre is to be a safe haven for Jews.
Yeah.
How safe is this haven right now? I mean, Shail has been talking about how many how many people in Israel have been leaving the country, have been, their level of outmigration is really significant because, yeah, you want to be in a bomb shelter every other month. You're having to huddle with your family in a bomb shelter and have sirens go off in Tel Aviv and worry about your apartment building being struck or your car being destroyed or God forbid you losing your life or your children being threatened, et cetera. So of course, a lot of normal people who are not down with the hardcore religious end times and the Greater Israel Project and the whole bit, they're going to say, okay, we're out of here. We're going to go to greener pastures. So I think that is absolutely the case. But I also want to be really clear. The population of Israel is fully on board with this war. I mean, I said the polling here is, overwhelming opposition. In Israel, it's like 87% that are absolutely in favor of this war with Iran. Netanyahu is not an outlier. His government is not an outlier. They are representative of the wishes of the people of Israel. So, so this is the direction they're going to continue to push in. And I think it, once again demonstrates the divergence between the global goods or even the U.S. good and what the Israelis want, yet they seem to be very effective at getting their way.
Yep. So don't let this go unnoticed. We got a full-blown, possible ethnic cleansing watch right here happening again now in Lebanon. It's going to be crazy. It's going to tie them down. It's going to escalate stuff for us. They're going to lean even more heavily on us to give them more types of weapons or who knows, and unleash what else, potentially on Iran as some sort of retaliation. Really pay close attention.
Yeah. And Hezbollah, surprisingly fierce.
Yeah.
I think for everybody. I did not know that they continued to maintain this level of capacity. And so yet another, factor that was not anticipated, because when you have Iran and Hezbollah striking inside Israel at the same time, that is going to overwhelm their defensive
because the narrative
capabilities.
was, we already dealt with Hezbollah with the Patriot attack. We're finished. We're over. It's done. And so we don't have to wait out. We're just fighting with it. Oh, oops. All of a sudden, 100 rockets come over and you're like, okay, this is not good. And turns out not nearly as depleted as we thought. I also think Hezbollah is not stupid. They knew they were under immense pressure from the Lebanese government to not do anything like this. But for them, they're like, look, if Iran gets wiped out, then we're going to get wiped out one way or the other. We're going to lose our benefactor or they're going to come and they're going to get us next. So it's existential. We got to fight to the death. So we have multiple people now fighting to the death on this front. And, don't underestimate them. Look at what they did in Syria. Real battle-tested force. A lot of them are willing to die. So, yeah, just another front that's opened here in the war. Okay, let's get to California and the drone threat. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40.
Does it seem like the war is going well? That's my question. Because from everything that I've seen and all the news coming out, it does not look like this is going our way. It looks like a PR nightmare. They're lying to us about troop deaths. They're lying to us about injuries. They're covering up what's really going on. And it's total bullshit.
Joining us now is Professor Robert Pape. He is a professor of political science at the University of Chicago, but he is also the author of The Escalation Trap, which is a Substack where there will be a link down in the description. All of you should go and subscribe right now. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, sir, you are an expert, particularly in air power and in what you call the escalation trap. You studied, I think, every U.S. bombing campaign going back all the way to World War II, and you talked
World War I.
World War I.
My book, Bombing to Win, goes back to World War I. I've spent years teaching for the U.S. Air Force, conventional targeting strategy in particular. I have spent 20 years modeling the bombing of Iran. So this is something I know quite a bit about. I also study economic sanctions, terrorism. So all of that is why I built the escalation trap, because those frameworks I've been using for so long for chiefs of staff of the Air Force, for White Houses and so forth, I thought really time to bring them to everybody.
Right, which is why you're such an important guest for us. And we do have some latest news before we get into some of your theory about the escalation trap we want your reaction to. Guys, let's go ahead and put D1 up there on the screen. We have now seen an expansion of Iran declaring that U.S. and Israeli economic banking interests in the region are targets. We have seen this now repeatedly, sir, where we've moved from initial military targets to then the striking of either civilian infrastructure by the United States or Israel inside of Iran, now an expansion to the banking sector. So it does appear as if your theory about escalation and air power continues to spiral as this war now enters what's its 13th day now so far. So your reaction to this particular piece?
Yeah, this is confirmation of what I've been saying. So when states try to use air power alone to topple regimes, it has never, and I'm choosing my words carefully, never worked in over 100 years. And we've tried many, many times. I'm glad to go through the cases. But what you get is often this lashback effect that you're not prepared for because you're overconfident. You think you're going to win quick and decisively, so you don't prepare for the worst cases. And now the worst cases are coming, and so we're always behind. Now, what Iran is specifically doing in this lashing back is a horizontal escalation concept. It's actually a concept called parallel attack that we developed in the 1990s in the Air Force to use with precision targeting. And so with precision targeting, and they have precision drones, so we're effectively seeing two precision air campaigns collide for the first time in history. So their precision air campaign against us is parallel bombing at the same time, multiple nodes, not one at a time like we did in World War II. They're hitting multiple nodes in a network. They're treating their enemy as a system, like we taught in the 90s to treat others as a system. You see, this is what their intel has been scooping up. They've been learning from us and studying how to do this. And now what they're doing is they're widening that horizontal escalation and those nodes, because the more nodes you can attack at the same time in parallel, the more system shock you produce. So what you are seeing is Trump has triggered a lashing back that is now producing system level shock. This is one of the things I explained. And that system level shock is not just in Iran. It's not even just in the region. It's now going global. And so this is really probably going to go down as the most disastrous air campaign in history. We're not quite there yet, but we're heading to major system shock, and the panic that everybody's talking about with Strait of Hormuz. This is just the beginning here. You see, there's no control. The biggest thing I want to say, and then I'll stop, is that we've lost control of escalation. You see, one of the things I'm trying to explain in these writings is that there's the illusion the attacker has control. And now you see, each time President Trump says he's about to stop the war, nobody listens anymore. Prices are going up. Nobody's paying attention, because we all now know, whether we say it or not, he's losing control more and more to Iran, and also more and more to the system shock. You see, actors are going their own way, and that's part of the system level shock that is occurring.
Well, let me get your reaction to some of what President Trump is specifically saying, because he paints a very different portrait, I would say, than what you're painting here for us, Professor. Put D2 up on the screen. He spoke with Axios. He told them in a phone interview yesterday, the war with Iran will end soon because, quote, there is practically nothing left to target. Little this and that. Anytime I want it to end, it will end, he said during the 5-minute call. What is your reaction to his presentation of how this is all going?
Well, this is what I call the victory narrative, but it's meeting escalation reality. And the reality is that he's one actor in the system now. But Iran is another actor who's actually driving the escalation pretty strongly. So if he's want to shut this war down, he's got to shut down the attacks on Iran. Well, he's already tried to break Iran. That's not working. So what's he going to give Iran to get them to stop? You see, he had a deal on the table the Friday before he started the bombing. He can't, I'd be very surprised and go back to that deal now. And then on top of that, imagine he could even get the Iranians to come back to a third round of negotiators. Keeping in mind, we've killed the previous negotiators twice now. But keep in mind, let's say he pulls that out of the, how's he going to get Israel to stop killing the leaders the next time? You see, so is he going to slap sanctions on Israel and say, you kill more Iranian leaders? So he's got, and these are just, and I haven't even talked about the Gulf states and others and Russia. Oh my goodness gracious. So as this has become a system level problem, those actors multiply who have control and increasingly more control than the United States.
Guys, just so you know, I am completely slipping out of falling asleep right now. Super tired. I have to be at work at what time today? About 3:15 this morning on the Eastern time. It's 9:40 now. So I'm gonna stream for a little bit. Go get a glass of soda, wake myself up. Cover some of the news that's going on in the Middle East. And then shut it down so I can get to bed. So if you guys are in here and you're new in here, if you could like the videos, shoot me a friend request, not a friend request, subscribe, hit the notification bell, drop a comment, let me know if you think I'm on point. Let me know if you think I'm completely wrong with any of this stuff. No, we need to start with communicating with both sides of the aisle again. So, wherever we can get an open dialogue going with people that see things in a different way than we do, it's a good thing. So, yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot to hit play.
States. So just imagine, I just named Iran, Israel, and Russia that he has to get to call this thing off. How's he going to do that exactly? What's the plan here? Again, this is victory narrative. We're in now the midst of escalation reality. And that victory narrative, we're just going to find fewer and fewer people paying any attention. They may listen. Trump loyalists may say they verbalize it, but that's like as if. You see, it's not real. And we all know that because the prices are going up. And then when the price of the gas is going up, everybody's going to know victory narrative is meeting escalation reality.
Very, very true. So let's turn to some of your own points here about the risk. Guys, can we put his slideshow D4 up there on the screen? So you start with multiple risks that we are now seeing. Energy shock, about 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. If that flow is disrupted even partially, the economic shock would hit, obviously, the entire globe. Energy markets watching that. Risk number 2 is horizontal escalation, which I believe you've just talked about. Risk 3 is global infrastructure vulnerability. Risk 4 is military and economic strain. And risk 5 is strategic distraction. Can you just break some of that stuff down for us so we can get into it?
Yeah, so what you are seeing is not this disaster that is unfolding is multi-dimensional. Now, we've had disasters in the past, but they have been more or single dimensional. The reason I'm laying this out in threads here is because the threads allow us to see the different dimensions of the risk, and there are dimensions like a layer cake that are intersecting in real time, you see. And it's becoming, and the point on, you've laid out the risk, and I'll just mention the point on the distraction. As the risks come together, they overload us. We get overwhelmed. Well, that's why I put out these frameworks in the escalation trap and then tie them to the events that are occurring. Because as I have, over the years, I started to develop these when I taught for the U.S. Air Force, because I saw that in war, in crisis, people are overloaded. And that's when the frameworks, believe it or not, become the most important, because they need those to make sense of this complex chaos. Otherwise, they're just bouncing all around, you see. So what you're seeing with that distraction is one of the most difficult challenges right now. It's not just that we have a lot coming in our Twitter feeds, our X feeds. That's not quite it. It's that there's multi-dimension. So let's break them apart. Let's talk about them. Let's see how they're unfolding in stages. The post I'm about to put out on Substack pretty soon after this interview is going to help tie those together so people can see that and then help see where this thing is heading. You see, and what is really in front of us now is probably the worst disaster that's unfolding here, that's been triggered by air power, certainly in most of our lifetimes, and we'll see how far this goes. But it's no longer just President Trump, as I'm saying, oh yeah, he's just going to wake up. Well, he can try it. He can announce today, right now, this second, Professor Pape, you're wrong. I announced today the war is over. Let's see if it stops the next hour.
Yeah,
you see, because it's got all those other actors here who are he had chances to stop this in June. He could have negotiated. He's now touched off the escalation trap. He's in it. It's not something that he controls.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making by showing you how much traffic they're getting, where the traffic's coming from, and even which social media platform is driving the most visits.
And what does the next level of escalation look like? We already have a broadening of the war. Obviously, the GCC countries have been hit pretty significantly. They seem quite upset. Israel's getting hit. They're saying they may set up some positions in the Horn of Africa. We have reported involvement of the Russians and the Chinese. What does the next level of escalation look like?
The next level is going to be about the dispersal of the enriched uranium that you're hearing quietly, that, these briefings on Capitol Hill, the senators coming out ashen-faced and so forth. We have to keep in mind that for 25 years, not just Donald Trump, this whole crisis militarized crisis with Iran has been about Iran's enriching uranium. Well, they have 1,000 pounds of 60% enriched uranium that was in Fordo, Natanz, Esfahan, other places. And when Trump bombed that in June, he destroyed buildings and functioning of buildings. He didn't get that enriched uranium. And we have satellite photography of likely the dispersal of that material, and that's on my Substack. So people can go and watch a video. They do have to subscribe. It's free, but you can see the actual satellite photography of this. And we also have more photography from satellites, and this is civilian satellites, by the way, in February in Esfahan. So this is now happening. You see, and it's coming out. President Trump himself a couple days ago in one of his discussions mentions this dispersal happening. This is very worrisome. That material can be, yes, down the road fashioned into bombs, but it can be used for radiological weapons. So imagine that sprinkled on nose cones of some of those precision drones going into Doha. How, we already, when's the next time a billionaire is going to show up there? Wow. So you end up with, so there's a lot of real capability here that Iran has not used yet. And this image of Iran as a beaten down, tiny little, pipsqueak of a country with no capability that we've been hearing for years. This has never been true. Okay, so what's happening is Iran is a fairly strong country, 92 million. It's, as you reported, exporting oil when the rest of the world can't get. Just think about this for a moment. So they have a lot of capability here yet to go. And this is where the real danger is down the road. We're only at the beginning of the dangerous part of the escalation trap.
Professor, I am very worried about the breaking of a nuclear taboo, not necessarily just in the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, but an atmospheric nuclear test. Where would that fit into your escalation line? Am I,
I'm going to be writing. So I give lectures on this. So again, this is something this is now going to come forward. I will put these as lectures and video online. So every 2 weeks for some part of my Substack, I do these video briefings now. And so we can talk about these serious issues. So what people have been saying is Iran is so radical, irrational, that what they're going to do is they're going to fashion a bomb. And the very first thing they're going to do is they're going to drop one on Tel Aviv and maybe a second one on New York here. And then what this is an image of Iran. They're painting an image of an irrational state that spasmodically reacts without thinking. That's not what Iran has been doing for 25 years. So I'm not trying to paint them as 10 feet tall, but they've been pretty strategic. I would say I'd give them at least a B plus, if not an A. So they've been pretty strategic in how they've behaved. And what you would do with nuclear weapons is the very first thing is you don't just set off when you have one. You want to follow the North Korea pattern, which is you want many nuclear weapons. Notice North Korea has got 60 plus nuclear weapons, and we're suddenly saying that, well, okay, we're not going to tickle that tiger. Well, that Iran saw that. So Iran is that's why in their material, that 1,000 pounds and everything I'm describing, that's enough for between 10 and 16 bombs. So what Iran really wants, if they're going to go the nuclear route, is not one bomb. They want 5 or 6 bombs, because the very first use of that bomb is probably going to be, quote, a test. And then what are we going to say? We're going to say, oh, that's not good enough. They only had one. So then they're going to have to do a second test, probably on their own territory. Once they do 2, they're not going to need to do 3 or 4, and people are going to panic. And then and then we're going to see the real consequences of what's occurring here, you see. So the way to understand this is the politics of strategy, the politics of escalation. That's my forte. So I taught the best pilots in the Air Force. Those folks weren't coming to me to learn how to put a bomb on a target. They want to know, when they're generals and they're 4-star generals and they're chief of staff, what's going to happen here after the bombs hit the target, you see. And that's why quite a few folks, I've even received emails here from my former military students saying, my God, Professor Pape, you were teaching this 20 years ago here. You must be hitting your head about what's occurring, because it's unfolding just as you told us it was going to unfold in your frameworks. And they're appreciating now those frameworks are becoming more available so people can understand this. And that's why I think you saw the military being much more reluctant to get on this board with regime change. You saw that, right? There's a gap here. And the military, they're very professional. They're going to do what they are ordered to do. They will give advice, but if the president says, that's all fine and good, but I'm going to ignore your advice, they will do that because they are professionals. They are loyal to the Constitution as they see it here. But that's the real danger, sir. So I hope I explained that this is where the scariness here could get worse. And we have big midterms coming up. So why wouldn't they time this around the midterms? I mean, that would really, just think about what that would do for Trump's. The soft underbelly that we know and our enemies know is our politics. That's why they've gone the long war strategy. And what you're seeing is they're having all different dimensions of the long war. And more, Trump is looking like Lyndon Johnson in Vietnam, where he just lost control.
Wow. And my last question for you is, there's been a bunch of reporting about how Israeli interests and goals may diverge from U.S. interests and goals. And I'm curious your thoughts on that. And also, while you see this as going catastrophically for the U.S., is it going catastrophically for Israel? Because it seems to me that, just having Iran's capabilities degraded and the possibility of, sort of chaos on the ground in Iran serves Israeli interests fairly well. And certainly it's been a goal of theirs for a long time to get us and the Gulf states, et cetera, embroiled directly in this war.
Yeah, so I want to separate what Israel and Netanyahu may think their interests are, and I understand they have the right to define their own interests, from what I think is their actual security interests. And what I think is happening here is that Israel's security is getting worse with the passage of time, not better. And I think they too have been mesmerized by the hyper accuracy of precision weapons. They can bomb targets and so forth. And then they can actually destroy buildings with precision weapons, as you're seeing. They've learned in Gaza that you can actually mass coordinate those bombs and say you're not targeting civilians while you wreck the civilian infrastructure for anybody to live anywhere. Right. So they're learning this. But the bottom line is that this is those things I'm talking about, like let's just pick the dispersal of nuclear material. Trump's bombing of Fordo.
All right, so I'm going to turn into a video from one of my favorite people in the whole world, Heavy Duty Country. He put a video out about possible false flag attacks, something that obviously I've been covering tonight. I would like to see what he has to say, so we're going to throw this.
AI can do incredible things, but this isn't. With Artlist's AI, a professional like you can be a full-blown production house with all the leading AI models in.
What's up, folks? Welcome back. So, for those of you who don't know, we just came out with a whole big merch drop. We've got pretty much everything from Crusaders to Speak English, for the immigrants out there who think we speak Spanish here. And I want to apologize to everybody. Last time I gave a code for 15% off and it was the wrong code. So thank you to whoever commented that. It's HDC15. We corrected it. That's going to give you 15% off the entire store. Go check it out. There's some awesome stuff in there. So folks, the Iran war is getting pretty wild, to say the least. And I think it's going to last longer than 10 days, 11 days. I don't know what day we're on. I think probably 12. But there's been some interesting things that have happened, particularly bombing a school in Iran. Okay. So there are a lot of people out there who are like, oh, we don't care because they're going to grow up to be terrorists. If you believe that, you're fucking nuts. You're a sick person, and my God, help your soul. These are innocent kids. It's a fucking school. It's no different than a hospital. Somebody tell Israel that.
The bombing of a girls' school next to an Iranian naval base that was apparently the school of choice for officers at the naval base. These were the children, the daughters of the people we're fighting. You have to believe that was accidental, despite the fact it was hit twice, 40 minutes apart. It looks very much like a double tap, which is to say a bombing and then an attack on the people coming to rescue the injured. But as an American, you have to believe this was a tragic mistake. But we have to verify that, because if you wake up in the morning and you're living in the kind of country that thinks it's okay to kill not simply military officers, but their daughters, that country's not worth fighting for.
Okay, so does anybody remember something similar to this? Because there was almost an exact same scenario that happened in Gaza. There was a building bombed with a bunch of innocent people in it that was hit by Israel. And then 20 minutes later, or around there, it was hit again. That's a problem. It's a problem, and we need some level of explanation on it. So here's the video. And jeez. So it looks pretty targeted to me. There's not a lot of smoke around everywhere else. And this is a photo of it. And there is a lot of speculation on what kind of missile this is. A lot of people are saying this is a Tomahawk, which is American. And If you didn't know, America sells these mainly to NATO countries. But the question becomes, right, is it us? Is it Israel? Because Israel has them. Who would have done it? Because I find it very hard to believe that Iran is bombing themselves, right? I mean, it just wouldn't make sense. If they were to do that, they would have done it, I don't know, weeks, months, years before the war started. One could assume. So here is Trump's answer when he's asked about it.
President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
Oh, here is another clip of them talking about it. And I think it's pretty interesting, the difference in answers between Trump and Pete Hegseth.
States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people.
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
So look, Pete, what's up, Pete? This is very interesting. So I'm just trying to figure this out. Back to my original question: if Iran was going to bomb schools there for no reason other than, hey, we're in a war and we're going to bomb a school and maybe make it look like a false flag, which is totally a realistic thing, why wouldn't they have done it before the war? Why now? Nobody knows who bombed it. Could a possible country that did it, Israel? Why is Israel not being talked in this? They have made more mistakes as far as shooting buildings, and they call them mistakes, more than we can count. We pulled up all the news articles in the past. It's been like 50, let alone an American ship. For some reason, for them, it's always, oh, it was a mistake. It's all good. It's all good. We made a mistake. Somebody kills your kid and they say, oh, my bad. It was a mistake. Is that a mistake that you're willing to live with? Well, we live with it all the time as a country, being paired off with Israel or having Israel fucking give us orders. So what's the deal, man? And then we got Lindsey Graham, this fucking guy. He needs to be removed from office. He is not pro-America. He is pro-Israel. And he literally says it here. They're not even hiding it anymore.
All the anti-Semites to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with.
I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. And I'm with Israel until the day I die. This man should not be holding political office in the United States, especially when saying things like that. This is the problem we have with U.S. politicians that get elected due to AIPAC funding. Because this is the, I would say, Fed slop, but government slop that is spewed by these elected officials in support for Zionism.
Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus.
Well, it's anti-Semite. It's not anti-Semonite. So maybe you could get that right to start off with. Secondly, it is not anti-Semitic to say that you don't want your tax dollars going to another country. That is called being a decent economist, maybe a low-level economist. That is basic math for the protection of your family. If I'm paying a certain amount of dollars to my government to fix our roads, to fix our shit, and we're sending it to another country, you must be fucking stupid if you think that a lot of people are like, yes, Please send my money to another country. Please do it, especially when they have a higher standard of living than us. But Lindsey Graham is, these isolationists. Okay, let me just help you, Lindsey. When you say isolationist, I imagine you're talking about the people who were saying America first or America only. Okay. The reason why that became a term is because we are $36 trillion in debt. After this war, it's probably going to be $40 trillion. For the viewers, can you even imagine if you had just a pile of cash? Could you imagine how much that is? Do you have any fucking clue? I have no clue. I don't even know what $1 billion would look like. But we just keep adding to it and adding to it and adding to it. Meanwhile, we could solve a whole bunch of shit with the amount of money we're sending to other countries. But no, it's cool. America is good where it's at. America is fine with having to pay outrageous bills for medical care. America is fine for continuing to pay stupid amount of money for groceries. America is fine with predatory interest rates. America is fine with having drug addicts all over the fucking place in our major cities. America is fine with the crime rates. America is fine with the amount of immigrants still in our country. Should I continue? All of that shit takes money to handle. All of it. America has never been better. Shut the fuck up. It's dog shit. It's fucking crap. Just because our gas is a little bit cheaper does not mean America is doing well.
Meet Riverside, the content creation platform that knows your content, so it can
create promo clips.
Done and done and done again.
A YouTube thumbnail.
Thumbnailed it.
A blog post.
All right, what's next? Just ask Riverside. Try it free.
If you've ever wanted to start an agency but were intimidated by the learning curve or the operational complexity, AI has...
From Breaking Points. Hold on 1 second. YouTube, let's go back to Breaking Points. See what else they got. See if anybody else has anything out. Oh, okay. Breaking news. Iran attacks NATO allies with missiles. Major Moscow coup threat. Breaking war news. All right. So, obviously things are picking up. Things are picking up. U.S. Okay, U.S. refueling efforts. Aircraft goes down in Iraq. Rescue efforts underway.
To the war with Iran. Rescue efforts are underway after a U.S. refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq. U.S. Central Command says at least 5 people were on board. It was not shared what happened, but says it was not due to hostile fire, adding the incident involved another aircraft in friendly airspace. Meantime, the Iranian regime is increasing its attacks on oil ships in the Persian Gulf, saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed.
Come, my friend, come this side.
As seen in a video circulating online, you can see a ship engulfed in flames and rescue crews trying to save the people who jumped overboard. Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, says Iran will keep fighting.
Unbelievable, man. we need to just completely remove ourselves from this entire situation over here. This is doing nothing, absolutely nothing, but hurting us. Propaganda alert.
I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast.
I'm going back to South Carolina and I'm asking to send our sons and daughters over there to the Middle East, says a closeted gay dude with no children. Allegedly. Propaganda for the war with Iran is in full overdrive right now, and our mission today is to shred all of this Israeli-sponsored Hasbro. Yeah, I said it. Okay, this morning, ABC News had this exclusive report that the FBI was warning that Iran might attack California with a drone in retaliation for this war. Take a listen.
The FBI warning of possible Iranian drone attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by ABC News revealing Iran's aspirations to conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California. The FBI saying it's warned police departments across the Golden State now of strikes by unmanned aerial vehicles or drones as tensions rise in the Middle East. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Kontersky. Aaron, what are you learning?
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't.
We've reviewed an alert that came within the last couple of weeks, Kira, just recently from the FBI to law enforcement agencies up and down the California coastline, warning that Iran is aspiring now to perhaps launch some kind of a retaliatory attack on the U.S. mainland using drones on the West Coast.
Hang on a quick second here. You guys heard that, right? He said that this bulletin supposedly came from within the last week or two, but then in this graphic right here, it says September 2025 bulletin. That was 6 months ago, and now they're making it sound like it's some new thing that just came up. Now they're just bringing it up like it's breaking news. That's a little weird and a little sus. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a coincidence that they're making it sound like this is some crazy breaking news. America is about to be attacked. Definitely not trying to fearmonger or manufacture consent for a war that makes absolutely no sense. A war that the majority of Americans are against. Although I am very happy to report that the country, America, is finally waking up, with the majority of voters now believing that the reason why Trump took military action in Iran was to distract from the Epstein files. Looking at the data here, obviously a majority of Democrats think this, but even, a not insignificant number of Republicans, 1 in 4, more than 1 in 4, believe that as well. So maybe the two-party spell is finally breaking. We'll see. But I gotta say, the reaction from the mainstream media is a bit of a meltdown here, because look, they're reaching back into the vault again. This is a CNN 3D rendered video to show us all of these hidden tunnels and caves where Iran is supposedly hiding all of their missiles and drones. But guess what? This narrative that Iran could somehow strike California is actually a complete media fabrication, and we have the proof. I'll give credit to the LA Times here, even though their headline says the exact same thing, that California could be attacked by Iranian drones, but they at the very least published the fine print deep into this article here. Quote, a source with knowledge of the memo, but not authorized to discuss it publicly, said that the warning was issued based on intelligence received by the United States Coast Guard. Law enforcement sources experienced in intelligence said that such alerts are cautionary in nature. The source is experienced in counterterrorism and said that, quote, it's not been deemed credible at this time. The sources also stressed that the warning was cautionary and that there was no indication that Iran was planning an attack or if it even could successfully launch one. So what this is nothing more than, oh yeah, we had this feeling that Iran would like to attack us, even though they don't have the weapons to even pull off this attack. But they want to, though. And what this does is it gives fodder to traitors like Lindsey Graham to call for boots on the ground in Iran. Take a listen here.
needs to end. I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast. What I want you to do in the Mideast, to our friends in Saudi Arabia and other places, step forward and say, this is my fight too.
I'm going back to South Carolina and I'm asking to send our sons and daughters over there to the Middle East, says a closeted gay dude with no children. Allegedly. Speaking of which, we got to talk about this story because it is all related. The Alexander brothers, real estate brokers who have been convicted of sex trafficking. Quote, luxury real estate agents Tal and Orrin Alexander and their brother Alon were convicted Monday of sex trafficking for using their vast wealth to drug and rape numerous women they lured into their twisted orbit. Not ideal, in fact, absolutely horrendous. And guess what? These brothers were actually in the Epstein files, redacted, but you could see their first names here. Alon, Orrin, Tal, described in this FBI document, this FBI report, allegedly doing some despicable things to young women, underage women. Technically, this is not alleged anymore. In fact, they have been convicted. So again, I have to bring up Kash Patel and his ludicrous statement that he had no evidence of child sex trafficking in the files. What a clown. But ask yourselves, why would this Mickey Mouse Club of an operation, the FBI, want to redact the names of perpetrators from the files? A lot of reasons, obviously, to say the least. Reason number one.
Kash Patel, the American people want to know, how does it feel to be a cuck for Israel? Answer the question.
We're seeing and hearing what the FBI is doing on a daily basis.
You're claiming to serve the American people. You're serving Israel. Does it feel to be Israel's bitch? You don't care about kids getting raped. The American people want to know.
He's a patriot.
Patriot?
He's a patriot.
Rape kids? Is patriotism to
Thank
you?
you for your service, Direct.
Kids?
You're an idiot.
I'm an idiot? Really?
I didn't say anything.
That last dude is hilarious. I didn't say anything. But, you know, you could probably guess where I'm going with this, because I do find it very interesting that nowhere in this New York Post article does it mention where these three brothers are from. But you know where they're from. Twin brothers, Orrin Alexander and Elon Alexander, and their older brother, Tal Alexander, are Israeli American. Gee, I wonder why they didn't want to mention that. You know, I bet if these guys were Somali or Persian or whatever, they maybe would lead with that in the article headline. But Israeli, that's just an insignificant coincidental detail, not even worth mentioning. Probably also a coincidence that one of the brothers was actually Ivanka and her husband Jared Kushner's realtor, and they are, of course, Donald Trump's daughter and son-in-law. It says right here, Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner bought their $24 million Florida mansion in April of 2021 using high-end real estate agent Orrin Alexander, who was arrested earlier this month, along with two of his brothers, Tal and Alon, on sex trafficking charges. You know the saying, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Now, a little bit more noticing, we find that Alon, the third brother, worked at
This stuff is just fucking disgusting.
at a private security firm, the quote family's private security firm. So let's find out more about this family and what exactly this security services firm does. All right, this is the Jerusalem Post. Shlomo and Orly Alexander founded Kent Security Services in Miami in 1982, not long after emigrating from Israel. And it says here, Kent Security Services provides comprehensive, tailored security solutions, including armed and unarmed security officers, concierge services, and 24/7 surveillance technology for commercial, residential, and government sectors. That last part is critical. 24/7 surveillance technology for commercial, residential, and government sectors. So this isn't just some kind of mom and pop security company, okay? It's an Israeli-founded securities firm that provides 24/7 surveillance technology for government sectors. Think about that. The family of convicted sex traffickers from Israel in the Epstein files, tied to the Kushners, has been handling surveillance for the United States government. What could go wrong? And to bring it full circle, let's talk about who told Trump in the first place that we had to go to war with Iran.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved. that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us.
It was Jared Kushner and his crew who told Donald Trump that they thought Iran would attack us first, so we had to attack, which once again is what they are fear-mongering about right now. You see now how this is just one big story, right? We have the Epstein files, which even though much of it's still redacted, or in some cases not even released yet for a lot of those files, it has at the very least given us insight into this Israeli honeypot operation, alleged, and copious amounts of...
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar where you can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities, a private placement bond offering for accredited investors with target annual interest rates between 9 and 13%. Also, we offer a registered bond offering open to both accredited
heinous crimes or evidence of heinous crimes perpetrated by...
If you guys are watching me make retarded faces, I'm sorry. I'm playing on Snapchat.
By the most powerful figures in the world, alleged. And those same people in those files are the ones behind the intelligence that Iran is an existential threat and must therefore be taken out. And how would you look at that? Nobody is talking about the Epstein files anymore. Not only that, Congress has just instituted an automatic involuntary draft registration. We're bringing back the draft. It says right here, under a provision in the fiscal year 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, the United States government is transitioning to a system of automatic registration for the Selective Service. Okay, we see right through this. The majority of the American people see through this ruse that we're fighting a war on behalf of Israel, on behalf of Epstein, on behalf of disgusting pedos, allegedly. So guess what their next move is? It's actually to call you a racist bigot, with the Washington Post coming out with an article that says calling the U.S. war in Iran Operation Epstein Fury is anti-Semitic. My gut reaction is just to sort of course, laugh this whole thing off because it's so utterly insane, the narratives that they're trying to spin here. But this isn't just about silencing me. This isn't a censorship story. This is way bigger than that, right? I'm whatever. This, what we're talking about right now, is a full-scale war that we're engaged in where thousands of Iranians have already died. We got 9 American service members reported killed, hundreds injured. Trump warns that there's more deaths coming. But I think even more dire is this war at home and the fact that our country has seemingly been hijacked and occupied by foreign invaders, and they're trying to distract us against big, bad Iran, when in fact, we got traitors, politicians at home who care more about lining their own pockets than serving the American people. The real fight isn't against Iran, it is against evil. And evil manifests itself in many different ways. You don't always know what it looks like, but when you see it, you know it. And that fight, I think, is one that's always worth fighting. That is it for me today. This is absolutely crazy, right? Because a few days ago, we had just talked about false flags, and now here we are with a warning from the mainstream media, from the FBI, that looks, to the discerning eye at the very least, a lot like a false flag. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Also, if you want to support my work, you can become a member by going to my website, 5149jameslee.com. You can also pick yourself up some merch there. But if you're not able to, no worries at all. Just take a second to like this video, share it with your friends and family, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you can be the first to know when my next video drops. As always, thank you so much for your time, and I will see you in the next one.
To all the anti-Semites, to all the isolationists, I don't believe... Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for.
Introducing Iron Beam, the best choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is the industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide. With the free Iron Beam platform and free real-time data, you can trade the most popular futures contracts anywhere and from any device. Low day trade margins, free depth of market, hundreds of indicators, and trading directly off the chart. Makes your trading more powerful than ever. Open an account today to trade with the best. Iron Beam.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best clips, like maybe this one.
Right now?
Yeah, because it knows what's important. And it actually gives you a score based on how well your clip is going to connect with your audience.
That's so cool.
And it also reframes us to vertical depending on the platform. So in fact, if there were 4 of us, it would do that too. It might do 20 or 30 of these.
Wow.
You see these animated captions?
Yeah.
They're automatic. You just set the style, but it's automatically transcribed.
That's crazy. Does it have any editing capabilities in case you want to tweak things?
Yeah, so there's an online editor right over here, and you can edit using the timeline or this transcript-based editor right here. And you can actually upload your own images or video and drag them onto the timeline.
That is a lot of features.
Many of them are one click, like audio enhancements, AI-generated B-roll. It bleeps your curse words if you need that. Right?
I think the AI is definitely going to choose this clip. This is crazy.
All we had to do was talk about it, and Opus Clip does the rest, and then you just schedule it from right here.
Wow, I pay $30 every month just for a scheduler.
Well, right now Opus Clip is just $14.50, the Pro plan.
All right, guys, I'm going to bed. I gotta call it a night. I keep falling asleep. I gotta be at work at like 3:15 this morning, so that means I gotta be up at like 1:30. Out the door at 2 in the morning. So I'm going to bed. I appreciate you guys for being in here. Thanks for watching the stream. Have a good night.